And amongst the new deputy ministers announced is Deputy Minister Mahlobo. So we must welcome him. It might be back, but welcome him officially. I know that the other deputy minister act pronounced might not necessarily be here, given the administrative issues of parliament. The pronouncement was that we do have a new deputy minister, Deputy Minister Shabalala, as we had yesterday. But we must, in the very same vein, give special thanks to Deputy Minister Makatsi, who worked with us tirelessly with no reservations to do her work. We want to wish her well in whatever endeavors she might have been sent to or deployed to, if any. But otherwise, she was a good deputy minister with ourselves. Having said that, and we must also thank the president for the work he did in terms of those particular pronouncements, and wish good luck to all those that have been newly appointed. And of course, wish good luck to those that have been removed in whatever they are going to be doing moving forward. Let's observe a moment of silence for mediation and for prayer. Thank you very much. The meeting is duly opened and I've already done the welcoming. Any apologies?
Morning, yes, Chairperson. There is an apology for DM Makatsi. She won't be part of this meeting because she's part of the ministerial briefings taking place at the NCOP this morning. DG Dr. Phillips is out of the country on business. Mr. Mwache, the Chief Financial Officer, is leading the delegation as the acting DG. That's all, Chairperson.
Okay. The apologies are read. Is there anyone who wants to say anything on the apologies? I think that they're straightforward. None.
Straightforward, Chair.
Okay. We are in your hands, Deputy Minister Mahlobo. I'm not sure whether Minister Mkhunu is in. If he is, it is you, Minister Mkhunu.
Minister is here, Matumon is here.
I know you are not new, Minister Mkhunu, you have been here. Thank you very much. We are on your hands.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, and thank you very much to the members of the Portfolio Committee, dear Mahlobo. Of course, we all want to start by congratulating the new appointees, Mr. Shabalala, as a new Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation. Once processes have been gone into and finalized, I'm sure we'll have a word with Deputy Minister Makatsi. Number two, I see that we only have one item where boards are presenting to you as a portfolio committee on their annual reports 2021, 2022. Another past financial year. Boards will do so. I take it that everybody designated will be in attendance. It's safe to say that we take it that the portfolio committee is on board in terms of some of the changes that we have introduced and are still in the processes thereof, relating or affecting the boards. The boards that are here, Bloem Water, to start with, as per our reports in the past, is undergoing a change in terms of the reconfiguration. Once we disestablished the city van, Umngeni Water took over the services or to render services in the whole of the Northwest, working with municipalities there. That process is very much underway. And then the other boards, then Bloem Water is available for serving the whole of the Free State and Northern Cape. But and the processes are well underway. It may or may not reflect in their, well, it may not necessarily reflect that way in their annual reports, because that's the past year. Umngeni Water and uMhlathuze are merging to become on board for servicing the whole of KZN. Processes are underway there as well. There was just a point that we have discussed in the past, but just serves to remind the portfolio committee, or just to make you aware that the processes are ongoing. Otherwise, we don't have anything untoward as far as the annual reports are concerned for these boards. Everything is in place, except there would be an issue here and there to be addressed, but by and large, we have no issue with the annual reports of the boards that we've become aware of. So for now, let me thank you very much once more and hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. And I think just for your comfort, the Deputy Minister last week did report to us your configuration of the boards. We spoke to them, we appreciated them. I think it's good that you are just overemphasizing the points again. But we were indeed taken on board on the configurations that are taking place, and the reason why you took that view and the objective of it also was explained. Thank you very much. So acting DG.
Good morning and thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Minister and Deputy Minister. Chairperson, as outlined by the Minister, we do have the 4 water boards which will be presenting. And without any waste of time, with your permission, we do have Umngeni Water, uMhlathuze Water, Rain Water, and Bloem Water. And I will then accordingly hand over to the Chairperson of Umngeni Water, and the other water boards will also follow, guided by yourself, Chairperson. Thank you. Umngeni Water.
Good morning to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the Minister of Water and Sanitation and the 2 Deputy Ministers of Water and Sanitation. My name is Gabsima Tenjwa. I'm the Chairperson of Umngeni Water. With me, I have the Acting CE, Dr. Sipumanana. I also have the Chief Financial Officer, Tami Mkwanazi. They will take us to the presentation. I'll give them the chance to load the presentation. We appreciate this opportunity, and we do inform the Portfolio Committee that we are presenting very good results. Thank you so much. Team, can you come through and present?
Thank you very much, Minister and Deputy Minister. My name is Sipho Manana. I am the acting CE, as the chairperson has indicated. Chairperson, can I check how much time I have?
Let's try to just work within a reasonable time. We don't want to press you on time, but please be mindful of the fact that you are 4 boards that are going to present.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. I don't know whether my screen is visible.
It is. It is, Sipho. It is.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I am trying to go back. Chair, I will be quick. The 4 sections, Chairperson, that we are presenting will be financial and non-financial for that period. As the Chairperson has indicated, the CFO is going to end with the financial figures, but I will be taking through the committee on achievements and challenges we encountered in that period, and what are the current developments with respect to these water ports in the province, as well as recommendations and internal challenges that we are dealing with, Chair. Our supply area is the part that is peach in color, and as the Minister has indicated, we are going to expand from wall to wall, covering all these other areas as a KZN water port, meaning that we will be having our products and services afforded to the entire population of KZN. Currently, our supply area is about 11.1 million people and to about 3 million households. And we have the 10 DMs that we shall cover, and also WSAs that are involved in that particular area. We are situated in a very good area in terms of rainfall and our resource, which is water. We are having a better supply than any other part of the country. On the structure, we report to Parliament, and the Minister has indicated, and we have Umngeni Water Group, which has got 2 subsidiaries. We 100% own these subsidiaries. Umngeni Holdings is dealing with catchment management, as well as utilizing our resources, the dams that DWS has given over to us to manage, and they are dealing with the ecological infrastructure in the main. Umngeni Water Services is not that busy as Umngeni, but we are parachuting it to be able to make sure that all the other services that are related to the Section 30 of the Act are being taken care of here. Currently, this subsidiary has got 18% stake in the Durban Water Recycling, and we make a little bit of profit, but we want to go to other areas like desalination and the other wastewater that they can take and deal with in a triple P fashion, Chairperson, so that we are able to assist municipalities, as well as we are going to be having a wall-to-wall cover. Agility is important, and this particular subsidiary will want to give us that, as well as work with the water partnership that the department has given, so that all the deals that can be made with the private sector are able to be taken through the province, and we benefit the work of the water board. The staff that was driving this performance, we are having members and chairperson and minister. We are a lean organization, I must say. At the top, we are small, about 6 ExCo members, and we have now about 5 in the new setup. And senior management is not much as well, but we have professionally qualified and specialists in our engineering. Engineers started at grade 6, and we have skilled our technicians and artisans And we have got the very less number of the grade 16 and down in our scale of about 250 people at the lower levels. So the performance was driven by about 1,200 workforce. On an overview around July, because we are looking at July 2022, we will all remember, Chairperson, the province was recovering from COVID-19 and the July unrest that affected some of the operations. But as Umngeni were not adversely affected, we operated well. December, at the end of Q2, we had the challenges of the eThekwini, Devon Heights. We're having problems there because we had to deal with the issues of the floods that had taken place and the infrastructure was damaged. And we operated on a thin infrastructure for supplying eThekwini, but we managed to get through. The other quarters, when we were looking at the last quarter, Chairperson, we were recovering with the stability in the board being there, and we were seeing the improvement in our performance, as we will see at the end. But Umngeni Water's strategy is driven in this particular slide. We have a vision that we want to even be a global leader. We work with international partners and we are able to really play in the global space. But more importantly, on the left-hand side at the top, we are an entity that invests in its people, in technology and innovation, and in relationships and partnerships. And we are striving to achieve those goals. So the report will now focus on the 12 objectives, because those are the ones that the Auditor General looks at whether you have achieved in each year or not. So the slide shows the overall performance in the past 5 years. This performance was pretty much the best in 5 years. We last had above 90s actually since 2018, and last other year we were bad at 83, and we recovered with a variance of 6. And we are currently hovering around the 90s in the 2 quarters that we have done, so meaning that we can repeat this feat, Chairperson and members of the committee. With regards to the 12 objectives, these are the ones that we in this slide, we show which ones did we do badly. The one of SO11 is pretty much on our restructuring, which we were late on. It's an internal matter. So we are not affecting communities with that performance of -33. And the last one of -11 is where the AG also indicated that we have not spent much on the CAPEX. The one on SO4 is in relation to our materials that we find, material irregularities that we find in our audit. We still have emphasis of matter that we need to deal with, and they are also indicated in those areas. On the product quality, Chairperson, our potable water meets the standards. There is a standard of SANS 241, a very rigorous standard, and we are meeting it, I can say, with flying colors. In the 2018 year, we were also there, but we were pretty much okay with the 2021-22 results. And these check the microbiological health, the chemical health, and the chronic chemicals in terms of how we operate those particular plants. On the product quality with regards to wastewater, this is the sanitation part of the department. We are busy looking at a number of schemes that uMhlathuze has. We are operating these for them. And we have our own that we operate, but we are just looking here at how we are doing this so well. And we have been courted by eThekwini municipality to take over 15 of their schemes. And we are looking at also doing the same that we have done successfully at uMhlathuze. On customer satisfaction, one can say, yes, we are very much close to our customers. We are all able to meet regularly, and we have delivered as promised. there is a 2% year-on-year increase compared to the previous year on the delivery to our customers in terms of the water that we deliver. In stakeholders, we do have a stakeholder engagement, and the big stakeholder, which we also are now looking at meeting on a quarterly basis. We're meeting on a 6-month basis, is Umngeni Water Trust. The infrastructure we are laying lies within or beneath the land that is in trust to Isilo, and we are having very, very close relations. We are starting a campaign with Umngeni Water Trust to also make people aware of the servitudes and where the infrastructure is lying, and we are also imploring them to protect this infrastructure because it is theirs. So they should be our eyes and ears on the ground. In our CAPEX, as I've indicated, Chair, within this year, we were just under $1 billion, and that was not good as compared to 2016. We were going up and down, and we have looked at our CAPEX spenders at Q2. We are above our budget, and which will mean that we will be pretty much home with regards to CAPEX in the next year. And this is a trajectory of improvement, Chairperson. That is mainly why I am emphasizing that. Community and environmental sustainability. Our CAPEX program wants to create jobs, and we are also looking at the youth and the women businesses that we empower. And we have increased the complement that we did last year in this year. And we are hoping to even make sure that we do much on this one. On the operational optimization, Chairperson, when the floods were destructing the infrastructure, we made sure that in our designs, we are able to make sure that the inherent issues that you find with climate change must then make our designers and our engineers give them a mindset of planning, designing and construction, so that we are able to get the resilience that we want in our operations and in our infrastructure. This is found in what we are seeing with regards to the risks that we are looking at in this case. Our main risk is on the security of assets. That is why we are having those campaigns to intensify that communities protect the infrastructure. We are also finding that there are a number of issues that the AG wants us to address, the compliance with laws and regulations, but it is internally focused. With this one, we are not, say, violating the community with water that is making them ill, or not maybe making sure that we've got the security of supply. On that part, we are good to customers. On the financial viability, we are now doing a lot better on due diligence when we enter a service to be provided, or a service area to be provided. But we are looking at these risks areas that we are putting an eye on, because once a risk is above 50%, we need to monitor it on a daily basis and escalate it to the board. Water resource adequacy, we are doing a number of these feasibility studies in our workflow. There are those that are at inception stage, there are those that are at feasibility, and there are those that are now in construction. And we are good to go, especially on the third bullet, the Umngeni Dam with uMhlathuze, though we had stoppages there of disturbances, but we were back online late last year, and we have just finished awarding the Umngeni Dam, so that we are able to have water to Port Shepstone water supply the increase. The Hazelmere Dam, we're working with the department to finish this project. In fact, it is just slightly delayed, I think, by weeks, and we are hopeful that we will be calling the minister to inform him of these areas that we have completed. The Stephen Dlamini Smithfield Dam and uMhlathuze, Upper uMhlathuze, we all have, we are crossing fingers that eThekwini is going to take the offtake agreements so that we are able to start in earnest with the construction of this dam because it will solve a number of problems within the supply security of this particular customer. Under leadership and employment and employee development, we have a vibrant engineers training. We populate or we tutelage engineers in Umngeni Water. They stay for 5 years. They come out as professional engineers according to AXA. We are leading in the province and in the country because with National Treasury, we have about 35 engineers we produce. And each time we have got artisans as well. We are working very, very well in this area, and our leadership programs are there. We get our staff pushed each day because of the quality of leadership that we provide the chairperson. Ubabundonga chair will take us through the financial report. I can maybe drive the presentation for you, Ndonga, if you are not able to drive it from your side. Mr. Chamem Kwanas is our Group Chief Financial Officer, and he looks for over the books of Umngeni and Umngeni Water Services, as well as the parent company. Thank you, Chairperson. I will switch my camera.
Thank you, Dr. Manana, and through you, greetings to the Chairperson and the members of the portfolio, as well as the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, and I'm observing all protocols. Chairperson, on our presentation, the financial presentation, if maybe Dr. Manana, you can go to the next slide. At a high level, Dr. Manana, you can go to the next slide. Just the next page, Doc. Chair, I will just continue whilst Doc is going to that next page, but the slide shows a summary, Chair, of the income statement of Umngeni Water, the group, where it shows a revenue that is up by 381 million rands. And if you remember, Chair, this is under
Chairperson. Chair, my apologies. Chair, can maybe Nosipo assist probably to page through? Thank you.
Can I add someone else on their side as a whole co-host so that they can control the presentation themselves, because I have not loaded it now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Chair. I think when I stopped presenting, it also stopped. Maybe I can have my mic on and then continue with the sharing of the screen, because I think something wrong happened when I stopped presenting. Oops, don't know now what's going on. Ndonga, are you able to share your screen?
Let me try, Doc.
I think it's something else on my side. I don't know what happened. I just finished my presentation. Something happened.
Let me then try, Doc, to share my screen. Share screen. I just want to check, Chair. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
I'm just trying.
No, I'm seeing the face of Mr. Mkwanas.
Yes. That's the first page of the presentation, but I'm actually trying to move the slides. It seems like I'm also having the same problem of not being able to page down the slides. Let's see something here. If I go 23. Oh, can you see now the operating performance?
Yes,
we can see it now. Very
okay.
clear.
yes.
Okay, it's not allowing me to scroll, so I'm just gonna keep typing the page number so that we can be able to quickly continue. Chairperson, as I was stating, I was showing the revenue which increased by 381 million. And I was just trying to put a context on the fact that this is under the circumstances of the floods that actually hit us in April. So when we finished the year in June, we had already been hit by the floods, but we are happy to announce that or report that we still had an increase on our slight increase on our revenue. Our gross profit percentage reduced by 1% from 60% down to 61%. And this was due to the increase in our chemicals, because obviously with the floods, the water that we were processing had increased turbidity caused by the floods. So we had an impact of the 2 months of May and June, where we had to actually spend more on chemicals. But I will get to the detail. I think we've got a detailed slide on showing exactly how the chemicals were actually impacted by the floods. Chair, just the highlights at the bottom there on that slide, we are showing a profit in 2022 of 1.241 billion rands, compared to last year where we made 1.263 billion rands. So there was a slight decrease of about 21 million. I'll get to the detail of what would have actually caused, the slight reduction. And then the next slide, the Chair, just highlights it's a quick analysis of our sales volumes. We sold in 2022 563 million kiloliters of water, and of that, Chairperson, we compare that to the 549 million kiloliters that we sold in 2021. It was a 2.5% increase, 2.5% increase compared to last year. And obviously, our volumes by customer still shows that eThekwini municipality is still our biggest customer or major customer at 396 million kiloliters that we sold. We had a 4.6% increase in them. And then obviously we've got the other customers. Chair, on the next slide, this is where, and then I think I did actually mention this, to say that just to show the drivers of our cost of sales. So we have chemicals, we have energy, we have maintenance, and then we have direct staff costs, as well as raw water costs, which is on the other slides there. But on the chemical costs, you'll see, Chair, that there was a 42% increase. And this was caused by, one, there's been quite an increase on the average price and usage per kg of about 20%. That's the average price increase. And then 27% has been actually the usage. The Durban Heights and DV Harris and Hazelmere plants contributed to the higher usage. And this was due to the heavy rains that actually contributed to the raw water turbidity. And then the energy costs was a 2% increase on our energy costs. And this was caused by the fact that there was a withdrawal of uThukela district municipality. And obviously there were credits that we actually received for Inanda Dam. The average price increase for the year for energy was 15.2%, and pumping for the inland region reduced as dam levels were high, whilst the coastal region increased as systems of supply took strain from the impact of the floods. And then on maintenance cost, there was an increase of about 3% from 264 million rands to 274. And obviously, this is increases in labor costs, because obviously we had a lot of labor that we had to use as workshop operations returned to some normality following the lifting of COVID-19 restriction and allowing physical completion of some of our work orders. And then on the direct staff costs, there was an increase of about 11%, going from 316 million to 352 million rands, where we saw that 11 increase was caused by the inclusion of the Kings HOI district municipality employees, who then actually contributed to a higher staff complement. But Chair, the average salary increases for the period under review were about 5.5%. And then on the raw water, Raw water also increased by 3%. The raw water costs, they increased by 3% from 410 million to 422 million. And the increase over the prior year was also driven by the inclusion of King's HOI District Municipality, which was our new customer in the 2022 year, and we didn't have them in 2021. And obviously, the abstraction volumes are lower by 0.2% overall, and these are driven by Umngeni and Hazelmere systems. The average tariff increase for Umngeni system was about 2.3% and 6.5% for the lower Tugela system, Chair. Other operating costs, Chair, if you look at them, they were higher at about 16%, and these costs, Chairperson, were driven by credit losses of about 454 million. We are experiencing delayed payments from municipalities, which then drives the credit losses, because obviously, as they are not paying us on time or there's overdue amounts, we have to then provide for long overdue debts, and these actually do hit our bottom line. So we had about 454 million that we had to report on our bottom line. There were asset write-offs of about 146 million that we had to report, and then there were asset impairments of 222 million. On the net finance income, which is our interest, Chair, our net finance income was up by 59% from 199 million to 317 million rands. And obviously, this is caused by us actually holding higher investments in the current year compared to last year. I will actually show the slide where the interest is or where the investments are actually higher, and explain why. The bulk water cost per kiloliter increased by 3%, and this was as a result of the increases in maintenance, raw water, and chemical costs, as I've explained, Chair. And then the profit for the year, as I had stated, from 1.263 to 1.241 billion, reduced by 2%. And this reduction in profit for the year is actually caused by the total cost increases that I'd actually spoken about. And obviously, there was also increase in direct costs resulting from higher chemical usage to treat poor quality raw water that was caused by the floods, as well as asset write-offs, as I've explained. And then obviously we do have those credit losses that I've actually spoken about. And then on the statement of financial position, Chair, we see that the total assets are up at 16.1 billion rands compared to last year at 14.9 billion rands. Our capital and reserves are up by 1.25 billion rands, and that's mainly the profit from or the surplus from the previous financial year. So they are up from 11.9 billion to 13.11 billion rands. And just to maybe zoom in a little bit on that statement, the balance sheet, Chair, it then shows us that our capex, increased from 799 million rands to 969 million. But I think the concern is that our budget was sitting at 1.6 billion. So there actually was an underspend to what we had targeted to spend, but it's still up from the previous year. This total spend of 969, Chair, is net of write-offs and consisted of 320 million that we spent on developmental projects. There was 303 million that we spent on upgrade and rehabilitation of our assets, and then 308 million was spent on expansion and augmentation. We did receive an RP grant of about 200 million in the year, Chairperson. And then on investments, as I had promised, Chair, investments are up from 4.4 billion to 5.5 billion rands, and that's a billion rand increase. It's actually caused by the lower spend on our capex program. Thus, we were holding higher investments, and that's the reason why we also had higher net finance income. Our debtors days increased from 56 to 61. I think I had explained the challenges that municipalities are now facing in terms of them being able to pay us on time, and the overdue balances that we are actually carrying. And the impact is that our net debtors days will also increase, Chair. This is just a graph that shows our balance sheets again, just comparing them between equity and liabilities. You will notice, Chair, that from our debt to equity ratio actually did reduce. 2021 had 0.1 and it went down to 0.08. And this is due to the fact that we also have a scheduled repayment of an EIB bond that we need to actually pay. Our borrowing limits, Chair, which are approved by Treasury, are sitting at about 1.4 billion. Of that 1.4 billion, we've only borrowed 1.1 billion. So we are within those borrowing limits, and all our debt covenants that are imposed on the borrowing were all actually met, and we did not breach any of those covenants, Chairperson. And then on the cash flows, just at a high level, you will notice, Chair, that the amounts look small, but the reason why the amounts are small is because we move most of our cash into investments, and that's the reason why you will see that we had a closing balance movement of about 26 million from a 67 million bank balance, because we try and invest our funds into high interest yielding investments rather than keeping them into our main bank account. But if we just have to look at it, our cash flow from operations did increase by 466 million, which represents about 33%. And this is mainly due to the increase in our operating surplus before working capital changes. And this was caused by the reversals of some of the non-cash items, your asset write-offs, impairments, and credit losses and depreciation. And that's the reason why we actually had an increase. Chair, I will then also touch on irregular expenditure, because our annual report shows quite a high amount of irregular expenditure. On the first slide, we just unpack what the irregular expenditure for 2022 actually relates to. So 7 of the 75 tenders that the AG actually audited were found to be irregular. The new irregular expenditure was 161 million, which was represented by 76 million relating to tender bid evaluations, where there were errors that were picked up by the AG on tender bid evaluations, and then 86 million related to contract management issues. All new irregular expenditures for 2022 have been sent to internal audit for investigations. 6 forensic investigations, Chair, have been completed and presented to the board. 9 disciplinary cases were recommended by the investigations. 50% of the disciplinary cases have been completed. A new chief audit executive has been appointed and tasked with the process of condoning some of the irregular expenditure where consequence management has been dealt with. We also gonna be conducting a training of bid committees to focus on proper tender evaluations, because we did find that 76 million came from where tender evaluations were not properly done. And obviously it's from a lack of understanding for most of the time. And obviously we are actually putting together the training. There's a new instruction note 3 on variation order that was amended by Treasury, which no longer requires Treasury approval. And this was the main cause of our irregular expenditure in the previous financial year, Chair. The cumulative irregular expenditure for 21-22 amounted to 1.9 billion rands. This includes an amount of 1.4 billion rands that was carried forward from the previous financial year. The total amount incurred in 2021-22 amounted to 375 million, which includes multi-year contracts that were carried over. So obviously, if they were irregular in the previous financial year, they then carried over into the new financial year. Contract management, which related to non-compliance with the instruction note 3, amounted to 141 million rands for the year, and deviations from supply chain management processes amounted to 108 million rands for the year. Chairperson, just at a high level, as I said, 563 million cubic meters of potable water per annum were supplied to our customers, and it represented a 2% year-on-year increase compared to the previous financial year. We constantly invest in asset maintenance in accordance with our asset management strategy and implementation plan. Over the years, Umngeni Water has continued to maintain its assets on an average investment of we invest 6.6% of our revenue on asset management, and that's equated to 299 million in the year. And then 12 Umngeni Water bulk water supply system, they complied with the excellent level of the SANS 241 for 2015 in all the 5 risk categories. I will then, Chair, maybe take this back to our CE, who is then gonna actually take us through the current developments within Umngeni Water, of which some Minister had actually touched on, but I think CE, you can then continue. I'll continue to navigate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ndonga.
Yes, even though I did not put time on your presentation, we're about to go to 11 o'clock and still have got others that are gonna present. Just speak a little bit of your steps up and faster a bit.
Yes, Chair, this is the last slide, if I'm not mistaken. Mentioning that we are leading the due diligence on the configuration of Umngeni and uMhlathuze meeting every week as a steering committee. And we have halted a bit, Chair, through the guidance from the DG and the Minister that we can't be doing staff appointments when we don't know what are the competencies of the new water board. And also we are trying to replenish our skills. If you look at the level of skills in the country, in the water sector, Umngeni Water is trying to lead on that part to make sure that we calibrate using the best entities in the world, in Netherlands and in other parts of the world to get our skills of municipalities as well as the water boards increased in terms of the engineers and the technicians. We did a benchmark last year led by the Deputy Minister, and we are finalizing that Umngeni Water Learning Academy to be calibrated in the best way it can. The last slide, Ndonga, I think this is it. If you can move on. Yes, this our CFO has touched on it, and I won't repeat it, Chairperson. And we are having that project towards a clean audit committee that he is spearheading. And I think the last one is to thank the members of the committee, the last slide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Umngeni. We want to rush into the second presentation. Let's take note. We will ask questions after all of them are presented. Otherwise, we won't make time will run out of us. The second board.
Chairperson, uMhlathuze Water is the next board to present. Thank you. Thank you.
Chairperson and the Minister and Deputy Ministers, apologies for having a terrible flu, so my voice is a little bit croaky. I'm here actually with the interim CE, Dr. Shaba, and the interim CFO, who joined us in January 2023, Ms. Nakapula, and the strategy and development manager, Mr. Water. So they are going to be leading in the presentations. Dr. Shaba, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister and Deputy Ministers, all protocol observed. I'll be presenting the annual report for uMhlathuze Water for the year 21-22, and we will be sharing the slides as they are showing on the screen. Chair, our presentation is going to cover the profile, but for purposes of time, I'm going to skip the profile of uMhlathuze unless the Chair directs me that there's anything, but it actually covers just the mandate for uMhlathuze based on the Water Services Act, our strategic intent, which is the vision and the mission, where we want to be a reliable water and wastewater business partner of choice. And then the mission is to provide high quality water and wastewater disposal. So I'm not going to spend much time on that. We then are presenting the organogram. The uMhlathuze Water is led by a board which consists of 11 members at the time, although at the moment it's now 10 members of the board, with 5 committees for the board, and the chief executive is responsible for management of the day-to-day affairs of the utility, with 5 ExCo members, although you will see that there are 6 departments as shown, but the executive department reports directly to the chief executive, and therefore there's 5 other general managers, being technical, scientific services, the CFO, the GM for operations and maintenance, and the GM for corporate services. So that is the structure from uMhlathuze Water. So we move to the next slide, please. And therefore, when you look at that structure, there is a ExCo of 6 with the chief executive added to that ExCo. There are 40 professionals, and then the rest of the staff adds up to 226 in terms of our head count. Next slide, please. Chair, in as far as whistleblowing and industrial relations is concerned, we received 3 whistleblower reports, and in terms of fraud and corruption, and 2 in terms of irregularities, so it adds up to 5. The investigations have been carried in as far as these reports were concerned and completed, and the recommendations are being implemented. There were 7 disciplinary hearings. There was 1 verbal warning, a number of written warnings that was issued was 4, and we had 2 final written warnings. Chair, even though we are saying there were no cases referred to CCMA, we want to bring to your attention that the former chief executive did refer his suspension to the CCMA and the Labour Court, but the matter was heard and referred back to the employer for resolution as per internal processes that were already underway in as far as the suspension was concerned. So there were no awards made by both the CCMA and the Labour Court in as far as that matter was concerned. Next slide, please. Chair, we also have a risk management and risk governance in uMhlathuze Water, where we look at all our risks. We put mitigations to the risks. So you will see that of the top 10 inherent risks that we assess to be high, we are able to actually mitigate 9 of them to low to medium, although the one of them we think that we still need to do a lot more work. It's the first one, which is the environmental damage due to effluent spillages, because of the poor quality of effluent that we actually get from our customers. It is very acidic, and it does from time to time corrode our pipes and results in spillages that have had an impact, a negative impact on the environment. But a lot of work is being done to work with the customers to try and manage that effluent differently, such that we reduce its hazardousness in as far as the equipment that we use to move the effluent is concerned. And as far as the Auditor General's report, Chair, we are showing that unfortunately in the year 21-22, our report qualified as a result of 3 reasons, mainly being the property, plant and equipment, work in progress, which was found to be overstated, and an amount of 11.5 million rands that in provisional sums that was not verified by the Auditor General. and therefore we have done work as management in terms of technical services and finance to ensure that we do the verification of this spend on these provisional sums and the compilation on ongoing basis of a project control framework that has been now implemented to strengthen our record keeping and our administration and oversight of projects. So we have now implemented that particular mitigation, and we will then have that reviewed by the Auditor General starting in March. There was also a finding on irregular expenditure, which is an understatement and unverified, about 276 million rands. Irregular expenditure that was flagged by the Auditor General. So we have updated and checked with our SCM before submission to finance and internal audit. So all of that internal of that irregular expenditure is going through a determination process now with our internal audit and finance, and we will then be taking to the board and National Treasury for further processing and condonment where necessary, but we are also taking action in as far as the areas where individuals were found to have done things that should not have happened in as far as consequence management is concerned. There is also a matter on performance information in as far as the flow meters were concerned, where it was found by the AG that we were not able to rely on the flow meters that were installed, and it's mainly a result of these flow meters being affected by underground currents, and therefore their meter readings not being accurate. So we are doing an AC mitigation project at the moment to address that. We've revised our standard operating procedure to deal with the calculation of water losses and to replace Nsezi and water-aware flow meters. And those flow meters are actually in stock now to be installed for replacement. We are just waiting for the AC mitigation project to be completed so that we are able to then rely on the figures that we get from the meters. Next slide, please. Chair, I just want to also share very briefly the information on human resources in terms of our performance. We seeing that there is an increase in our staff costs to 34.4% of the total expenditure, and the reason for the increase is basically that we have a target of 8%, indicating a strength in the ability of the organization retaining its staff. So our staff retention was quite strong, but we performed at 6.54% in terms of our staff retention ratio. The main reason for the high turnover prior to that were disciplinary processes that came from 2016 and 17 as a result of AG findings. So we've now come down from those high levels that we had previously. So even though our average percentage of staff costs against overall operating expenditure over the 5 years is 28.5%, we still think it is a concern that our average is up to 34.4% in terms of the trend for staff costs. Although I must also point out that our expenditure, which is the denominator with which we actually divide the staff cost, is also a contributor in that it has actually reduced compared to the previous years, hence the ratio is going up. So it's not all representative of an increase in just the staff costs. The only increase that went into the staff costs actually relates to the salary increases. And of course, the number of staff also increased, particularly when you compare back to 2019-2020, we've had an increase from 206 to 226 in terms of the staff numbers. So that also contributes to the 34.4%. Then when we look at revenue per staff, Chair, you will see that there is a slight decline from 3.2 million rands per head to 2.8 million rands per head. So revenue generated by this per head count is stagnant, and there's a slight decline. Effective and efficient ways need to be found in terms of addressing our operations using information technology and operational technology so that we operate smarter instead of relying more on increasing the headcount. And more importantly, it is not just the benefit of the revenue of the organization in terms of internal focus, but the value that we create and contribute as employees to the external focus of the organization. So we need to redirect the capacity of the organization to respond to key stakeholders in terms of the legitimate needs, interest, and tailoring of the organization's business model and strategy to respond to its external environment. So we are actually busy with programs where we will see more revenue without having to increase our staff numbers. Then, Chair, we also share with you our performance in terms of operations and maintenance. You will see that the PPE spend against budget is being reported. In 2022, we ended up at 2.5% against the target of 3.5% in terms of our maintenance spend as a percentage of total cost. We therefore are not spending at the level that we would like to spend in as far as assets replacement is concerned. However, we also do point to the graph in the background that we are still doing very well in as far as availability of the plant at 97.5% against the target of 95%. So even though we are underspending and we are actually driving programs to improve on the level of spend on maintenance, we are not at a point where it is affecting our availability of the plant. Therefore, we are able to serve our clients as expected and as required. Over the past 5 years, we've only experienced one incident of unplanned interruption, which exceeded 24 hours, which was a valve failure in the system that we used to serve one of our industrial customers, Mondi, and that incident took place in 2021, the previous financial year. Next slide, please. And as far as water quality is concerned, I think we are doing very well against the same standard that Umngeni was reporting on, SANS 241. We are sitting in the year under review at 99.87% in terms of our compliance. And the water quality monitoring program is in place to monitor our rivers and dams. So we're not just monitoring our production and operations in terms of the water that we serve clients with. We also are monitoring on an ongoing basis our catchment areas. And the overall water quality status in our catchment areas is monitored on a monthly basis. At the end of the reporting period, the water quality at Grootegeluk Dam, as well as in Nsezi Lake, was rated as excellent, whilst at uMhlathuze, where we abstract the water, the quality was classified as good. And the risk are at Mposa and Tselene River, where there is some level of contamination that we experience from time to time, where the water quality is deteriorating due to waste dumping. We are proactively engaging the Water Service Authority in this particular area to try and find solutions in as far as the catchment area is concerned from a contamination point of view. Next slide, please. Then, Chair, I also want to discuss the coastal water discharge permit. We do have a permit as uMhlathuze Water, where we discharge some of the industrial effluent and the municipal effluent on behalf of our customers. We are seeing that the levels of compliance in this area are deteriorating or have regressed. but bulk of the regression is also driven by the fact that the effluent has not become worse in terms of compared to the previous years, but the standards against which we measure compliance have become more stringent. So there were new standards issued by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, who are the regulators in this particular area. And therefore, we find against the new standards that our compliance levels have actually gotten worse. So uMhlathuze is working with the major contributors in as far as our clients are concerned on reducing waste and possibly reusing effluent in order to address the non-compliance. We're reducing the impact on the environment by so doing, and in order to find long-term solutions to compliance problem, we are also conducting a study to investigate treatment options available to improve the quality of the discharged effluent. However, that also, we must flag, does come at a cost. In as far as capital projects are concerned, we also are showing here that we have not been able to spend all our capital as we are required and we plan to spend. So we actually spend 60% of our capital planned out of a budget of 432 million rands, and we completed 74.2% of the projects that were planned in that particular financial year. Bulk of the expenditure was delayed by the late commencement of the augmentation program that we have for our Umngeni water treatment plant. And the upgrade is both dealing with operational efficiencies and increasing capacity of the plant or the waterworks. The Umngeni shall be completed, when it is completed, shall then provide us enough water to supply the area, estimated over the next 20 years. Chair, in terms of the performance of our infrastructure, we are reporting a return on investment of 10.42%, which is up on 8.36%. The board has directed us to, when we plan our projects, to achieve a return on assets or investment of 8%. Against a target of 5%. So we are doing better than both the board's directive of 8%, as well as in terms of planning the project, as well as the target of 5%. Chair, I would like to now invite the interim chief financial officer, Ms. Petsile Makakula, and we'll just turn the camera towards her to also present our financial performance.
Thank you, CE. Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you, members of the PC, Minister, and all protocols observed. I'm going to just take us through the financial performance that has been reported, starting with the balance sheet. The balance sheet of the entity is showing a healthy position, with a net worth of just over 2 billion and a current ratio of 2.39, which means that we are able to cover total liabilities almost 2.5 times more than the norm. The norm is around 2. We are reporting that our total assets continue to improve over time. Our current liabilities also are increasing. This is mainly due to a DWSCOU tariff dispute where we have held funds and not paid them over, that we have since resolved. Non-current liabilities are decreasing also in the long term. We have just one long-term loan with RMB loan that will mature in 2025 and have not added any other long-term debts. The balance sheet confirms that uMhlathuze is actually a going concern. Going to the next slide, we are talking about the financial performance, where our gross profit margin of 60 plus is maintained due to the efficiencies in our cost of sales. we are reporting that we are also having sustaining our tariff increase as well. And going forward then to our financial performance in terms of net profit, similarly, our net profit margin of 18 plus was maintained due to the maintained revenue and effective control spending measures coupled with cost containment measures that we have implemented in the entity. Going to the volumes that are supporting the revenue that we are reporting, purified water volumes sold reduced actually in 2018, and uMhlathuze Water supplied water to Richards Bay during 2016 and 2018, which shows the reason why in the previous years we're showing high volumes of water there. The drought period when the city of uMhlathuze decommissioned its Umngeni Water works after obstruction from the lake of Umngeni no longer became possible. So after the drought, the COU then recommissioned its Umngeni Water works for supply of the Richards Bay. uMhlathuze Water then remains their backup water supply to Richards Bay and do not only just supply on demand, example during load shedding or during maintenance at Umngeni work. When you talk to the raw water that is in the brownish raw water, a supply increased to COU in 2021, specifically due to Eskawini, due to the obstruction from the Lake Kubu that was not possible there. In the revenue breakdown, we still continue getting our overall more revenue from the bulk water supply. Overall, the 5-year trend showed a gradual reduction in revenue. That is largely due to the reduction in revenue on Section 30. That is our non-core businesses. But notwithstanding the Section 21 core business of supplying water and disposing effluent, a healthy growth, including the 2021 and 2022 year. And uMhlathuze Water then continuously pursue avenues to grow its Section 30 business segments by partnering with government and private sector. When we go to cost of sales, the breakdown there impact directly on gross profit margin of the entity and overall financial sustainability. Particularly, we've seen excessive increase in electricity tariff hikes. It is the largest impact on the entity, as its operations run 24 hours, a rising cost of chemicals, like most ports are saying, we're starting to reflect on the radar as well. There's looming establishment of catchment management agencies, which will add further tariff costs onto the raw water levels that will be transferred to the consumer. Notwithstanding the above, the entity reduced its cost of sales. When we go to expenses breakdown, expenses impact directly on the net profit margin of the entity and the overall financial sustainability. Other expenses discussed in the next slides, but particular reference is made to the rest in cost of sales, which was previously reported by CE. Increased costs are largely driven just by our increasing staff numbers and some of the bargaining awards that have been quite generous to staff. But as reported earlier, the entity is managing both costs and sales and general expenditure in a better way. Coming to other expenditures, the major single line expenditure item that make up the other expenditure from previous slide, it's broken here then. These expenses, if not carefully controlled, will impact directly to the net profit margin and the overall financial sustainability. Our increased costs are largely driven by the inflation, just inflationary spending, fuel, electricity that is passed on to the entity by its service providers. But as reported earlier, we are managing these and there is a noticeable downward trend in terms of costs. The next slide talks to our cash flow breakdown. Notwithstanding the matter that we reported below, the entity has a strong cash balance that's sitting around 740 million. Part of this is really as observed in the reduction of cost payment to suppliers. The entity has also been withholding raw water levels payable to DWS since 2020. This due to the tariff dispute lodged by COU. The entity has, however, settled the dispute and will be settling the amount at reporting. We're talking around 185 million that is currently disbursed to the DWS after the dispute resolution. And then our surplus is that we're reporting net profit margin of 18 plus, and the net surplus reflects a positive healthy position. This has strengthened the financial position and the cash reserves that we have as an organization. On the right box, you see the reserves that we maintain for a variety of reasons, including capital, business development, insurance, maintenance, environment, as and when we up these reserves, and we have maintained a healthy level of reserves in that regard. The negative is that the entity did not meet either of its spend target for capital and maintenance budgets, and this has contributed to the higher net surplus that we are reporting. Receivables breakdown, nothing much is going there. There are some debts with UKDM that have since been resolved, and payment plans have been negotiated. The debt with DWS on a historic project remain an area to be resolved, and by engaging in this regard, and we are maintaining our receivables books well. Payables breakdown as well. The major issue here that affected the closing balance that looked like it's so high is the withholding of the DWS royalty levies that we reported in the previous slide. That is due to the tariff dispute lodged by the COU. We have since settled this dispute, and our cash payables balances are going back to what we are used to. And then going to the irregular expenditure that has been reported, yes, irregular expenditure shows an unfortunate negative upward trend, which has gradually increased over the years since 2018 to 2022, having a closing balance of 272 million. From 2018 to 2021, 87.3 million have been investigated, recommendations implemented, and condoned by National Treasury and removed by the board. Notwithstanding the work that has been done in the prior years, unfortunately, an additional 76 million of irregular expenditure was discovered by Auditor General in 2021-22. All irregular expenditures have been investigated to date after recommendations have been implemented and control environments have been improved. We will be sending through condonation requests to National Treasury, and if they're not condoned, we will be taking and using the framework to request for the board to remove them from the register as is allowed by legislation. Going to the next slide, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, also a sharper negative upward trend and remained constant with no recovery from 2018 to 2021. And in 2022, an additional 20 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure was discovered by the Auditor General, closing the balance at 49 million. In the next slide, we talk about the contingent asset that will come out of activities that we're putting in place in terms of recovery, our attempts to recover this funds. As a result of the investigations, reports, and their findings, 7 officials of uMhlathuze were placed on suspension between December 2021 and June 2022. They were issued with charges under the disciplinary policy of the organization, and disciplinary hearings commenced in August 2022. 3 out of the 7 have since resigned. The hearings of the remaining 4 will conclude just in the next few months. Further, the officials were served with summons and a case opened. We do have case numbers to institute civil recoveries. In addition, the process to lay criminal charges to all 7 officials and implicated companies is also underway. If found guilty, uMhlathuze Water will initiate the process to blacklist implicated companies with the National Treasury and the officials with their respective professional bodies. Lastly, once disciplinary outcomes are obtained, officials are found guilty will be reported to DPSA for blacklisting. We are reporting a contingent asset of about 67,762,000. That will take me to the end of my presentation, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Is that the end of uMhlathuze presentation?
Yes,
Chair?
Chairperson.
That sounds very much so, Chair.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, uMhlathuze. We can get the third board.
Thank you, Chairperson. Rainwater.
Yes, Rainwater. I see that you are your presentation is praising for yourself. Like it's fine. Let's hear you praising yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, the DG and colleagues. My name is Ramat Demunyakol. I'm the Chairperson of Rainwater. Our board was appointed as of the 21st of September last year. With me here, we have the Chief Executive Officer, and Dr. Sipho and the Chief Financial Officer, OCD Nyembe. Just want to indicate at high level that out of the 39 or so KPIs that we signed with the department, with the shareholder, we have achieved 33 of those, and the 6 have not been achieved for many reasons. And that some of the reasons why which are obviously inherent in our industry, is the impact of load shedding in our operations. Some of those reasons will be, for us, we are also recovering from COVID like any other organization, but also the zero tariff increase that we encountered in the financial year 2020. We also have challenges around malicious damage to our infrastructure, and our supply chain, our CAPEX was highly impacted rather by the regulatory changes as a result of the Constitutional Court judgment on preferential procurement regulations that was taken by the Constitution. An organization called AfriBusiness took the ministry to the Constitutional Court. One of the challenges that we have, I think the CE will also delve into those issues, are issues around municipal debt, which is, as I said, inherent in our industry. The Chief Executive Officer and the Sipho can then proceed and present the high level, and the CFO will probably also come in to present the financials. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Demsai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the committee, ministers, deputy ministers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sipho Masai. I'm the Group Chief Executive of Rainwater. I'm happy to present our integrated annual report for the financial year 2022. Our line of march in the year under review was resilience and sustainability as a motto, given serious headwinds that we are coming from with regards to 2021 to ensure that we remain sustainable going forward. We are a 120-year-old business this year, but we're still very ambitious. We, in terms of our vision, want to be a provider of sustainable, universally competitive water and sanitation solutions for not only South Africa, but for the continent. We have a mission that underpins that. We give that effect through a series of strategic objectives, but really to give this effect, in the last 3 years, we crafted the strategy that we termed innovation-driven, risk-based strategy underpinned by 5 pillars. The first was growth. We want to diversify our product offering so that we have a sustainable top line. We took a decision to establish or have a strategic pillar to establish a fully functional innovation hub about 3 years or so ago, essentially institutionalizing all the innovative work that we've been doing in the sector. I'm happy to report that that strategic pillar has been achieved. We now have a fully functional innovation hub that is based in Pretoria alongside other research and development institutions such as CSIR, an innovation hub of the province, where we have this set of innovative research and scientists, development officers that are looking at how do we do business better and differently going forward to ensure that we remain resilient and sustainable. And of course, we are a state-owned outfit. Compliance is extremely important. That is why there's a risk-based element in our strategy. That pillar, or to give that aspect of the strategy, we have a pillar that talks to building a compliance-driven and transformed supply chain management function to deal with the issues that are expected of us as an organ of state. And of course, the last two is to ensure that we continuously communicate and then engage our stakeholders as we move towards this journey of the next 120 years. Our strategy and strategic objectives are also aligned to the Department of Water and Sanitation strategic outcomes that also yield into our own outcomes. I think this is important, that we don't want to have objectives and a strategy that talks on its own. It must be aligned to where our shareholder is going, so that their outcomes are achieved in or through our contributions underpinned by our objectives and strategy. Just in terms of the footprint, we are largely a Gauteng outfit, but we have a footprint that supplies not only municipalities in Gauteng, but we have a footprint that extends to the Free State, that also covers parts of Northwest and Mpumalanga, and to the north of Mpumalanga, we have Tambisile Honey as one of our key customers. We provide water as a bulk utility. We provide water through a network of about now 3,500 kilometers of large diameter pipe, the biggest being BG3, which is our raw water line we put in place in 2009, 3-meter diameter pipe. So these are large diameter pipes, not your municipal diameter. We've got about 3,500 of those that cut across our entire footprint area of our operation. We now have 60 strategically allocated services reservoirs as we close the year under review in our area of operation, through which we supply our municipalities. In the year that was, or the year under review, we supplied an average of about 4,642 megaliters of water a day. And as you may have seen with the increased demand, we peaked at over 5,069 megaliters of water a day, which still makes us the largest water utility in the continent in the Southern Hemisphere. We have consumers of just under 18 million. So when we peak, we have consumption that is as high as about 281 liters per person per day. And if you take away 30% that is lost by municipalities, Gauteng people or people of our area of operation consume per capita per day more water than anybody in the country at about 207. So we are doing our bit to pump a lot of water into the system, 207 per capita per day, liter per capita per day in our area of operation. That is our consumption. Well average is sitting at around 173. So you'll see going forward, our mission is to preach and talk and drive long and hard the issues of water conservation and demand management. I think ours is in here, Chair, is not that there is no water that comes through. There's a lot of water that comes through, as the numbers indicate, but where does that water go? Why do we have certain pockets and certain areas in Gauteng not having water, when from the bulk side, we're doing so much to push in? You'll see that the minister has coordinated us. We have another meeting where the minister is working the entire value chain with all of us as stakeholders here and our customers, our municipalities, to check where in the value chain are the challenges, and help us to unblock those. But for us, we indicate here in the year under review, we picked at about 5,000 megaliters of water a day. Most of our customers are municipalities. We have 18 of those, although we have industries and direct consumers, just over 950 and 27 mines, but bulk of the water that we supply by and large goes for our municipalities. As the chair indicated in the year under review, we're grateful that the minister, with a very quick turnaround, appointed a board that is led by Mr. Ramateu Munyokolo, started in September 2022. Some of the best turnaround in terms of appointing the board in the history of water boards. I was splendidly pleased. The board ended at the end of August, and the 1st of September, we had a new board. For us, it's extremely important because we are Johannesburg Security Exchange debt listed outfit, meaning it is important that we give people confidence through the bonds that we hold, that we are stable at the board. The chair is a retaining board member to ensure that there's continuity, and I've been a board member as well since 2019 as a chief executive, but I've been in the business for now 13 years, 10 years of those as a chief operation officer. So continuity is important, and the market would like all these things to be running smoothly. So we have a new board that is made up of professionals in all the areas that requires to assist, to provide oversight to the chief executive and the management insofar as achieving the objectives that we have set ourselves going forward. The year under review was extremely difficult, with serious headwinds, and ours was to navigate through these difficult challenges that really have been characterized by global and domestic crisis that not only started in 2022, but even the year before that. We all know at global level, in terms of the markets, there are crises related to the capital markets. Climate change is a big issue, and we're experiencing it here and throughout the country. This week we having cool weather. Next week we may have elevated heat waves that last for weeks and weeks, something that we have not seen here in Gauteng. And then we're just reeling behind a serious flooding in terms of our infrastructure. To really navigate yourself around this is quite difficult to ensure that the business is sustainable and it delivers on the mandate and ensure good bottom line and the fine mix between working average cost of capital in terms of the money that you bring into the organization and cash generated from operations. We are still also reeling from devastating aftermath of COVID-19, and our municipalities have not recovered. You'll see in terms of the numbers that debtors days are still going the wrong way. We've not been spared insofar as the Russia-Ukraine war, insofar as the logistics are concerned. Some of the chemicals that we use in terms of the input materials from our customers, they come from overseas and they've been grossly affected. And then you'll see, we're talking record jump in terms of percentage increase of chemicals as a result of these global crises, global humanitarian risks that we see. Don't know where to start when it comes to energy crisis. Load shedding has really shot up. We're now talking stage 7, and we're going to hopefully lower than that. But if you go higher than that, it means it's going to be difficult to run these businesses, because for us to purify water and put it into the reservoirs for the municipalities to take it and reticulate it, we need energy. At any given time, in a period of 6 months, we use about 1,600 megawatts, close to about 3 billion on our cost line item in our income statement. And that's obscene. We're looking at ways of getting off the grid ourselves. We're going to be rolling out a hydropower generations plants, installing turbines to convert kinetic energy in our value chain into electric energy, and progressively move away and get ourselves out of the grid, because there's no end in sight with regards to ending of load shedding. So we're preparing ourselves for the West, but in the year under review, we have been negatively affected. Political and civil unrest, for us, the unrest and chop and changing of political heads in our municipalities is a matter of concern to us, because it doesn't bring the necessary stability in those municipalities for us to get paid and paid on time. And then we have seen that affecting our numbers. High unemployment rate characterizing our municipalities, a big challenge. Ever-changing legislative and regulatory environment has been a big problem for us. And the chair touched on this, we'll touch on it in terms of how it has affected our capital expenditures. And the speakers, the two water boards that spoke before me, they also indicated that the same challenge that we're presenting today around capital expenditure as a result of these regulatory prescriptions that have been imposed and instructions that have been imposed on us in the year under review. And as I indicate, trade wars have impacted on our value chain in terms of delivering on the money that we have. Despite all these headwinds, Chair, I'm happy to report that in the year under review, we received an reporting an unqualified audit opinion. We had no uninterrupted, unplanned supply in our area, and I need to spend a bit of time in here. There's no day in our area of operation where rainwater did not come. What we have done progressively, and we continue to do this despite a lot of noise in the marketplace. We've been laying a lot of pipes. We've been making tie-ins with the pipes that we have. We've been taking out a lot of our pipes in terms of maintenance, and we will continue to do so because maintenance is quite critical for us to continue supply in our area of operation. That causes interruption in certain areas, and certain areas have a difficulty to recover quickly because many municipalities, instead of having their own reservoirs and their own pumping capability, rely on the hay in our infrastructure. If we take our systems out for purposes of augmentation, refurbishment, interconnectivity, as I indicate, through many planned maintenance that we are undergoing and planned to do going forward, they do get affected. It's a reality of the matter that if you do maintenance, if you take your system out for the purpose of maintenance, so that you have water uninterrupted for the next 10, 15 years, because we build infrastructure for those periods of time, there will be disruptions, there will be outages. So we had no unplanned supply disruptions, but we have had planned maintenance outages, which are deliberate. We communicate them a month in advance. We put them in all the media platforms so that we remind our consumers and municipalities to prepare themselves accordingly. We will continue in this regard going forward. And then I'll share a slide that talks to this in the next few slides coming through. Just in terms of water quality, of course, it's not only about quantity, it's about quality. We measure ourselves in terms of SANS 241, in terms of the KPIs we have in the department. We achieved 99.33% against 98.33. Just at our own convolution, we not check our water in terms of SANS. We check our water in terms of World Health Organization standards. We check ourselves in terms of European Union standards, Environmental Protection Agency standards in the US. So that we give ourselves that assurance that our quality meets the necessary standards. Nobody asks us to do so, but we do so. We also call CSIR to come independently and do that assessment over and above the SANS 241 water quality standards that we are forced by the department in terms of our shareholder compact to compare ourselves with. So we're happy to report in the end and review. It was not only the quantity of supply, but the quality of water met all the standards as required by law. Percentage spent on corporate social investment. We set ourselves a target of 95%. We achieved 100%. Customer satisfaction rating, a target of 82.5%. We achieved 85.1%. I think this is important for us. We always, as the chair is saying, we talk highly of ourselves. We talk about how good we are, which is good. We know we are. But the issue is, what are our customers saying about us? So we independently request them to rate their satisfaction on a yearly basis, and then we measure ourselves again. The world international standard is around 82.5, and then you see our customers are relatively happy with us, like about 85.1% in the year under review. So for us, this is a sounding board. We're not only looking internally, but we're looking at the customers, because we run this business from customers' needs point of view. BEE target of 85% in terms of doing business with triple BEE compliance standards. We achieve 100%. We spent 117%. In other words, we spent more than what we had budgeted for triple BEE and the year in the year under review. The target was 85%, and we came at 117%. Something to be proud of as part of transforming not only the sector but the country at large. Avoidable water loss. I think we have a KPI that says we must come at about 5%. We have achieved 4.72%, and we're still putting mechanisms and systems in place to even whittle it down. The world average for non-revenue water is sitting at about 12%, and our avoidable water loss is sitting at 4.72%. So we are proud of our initiatives that we have put in place to ensure that we achieve that KPI of ensuring that we use water sparingly and don't lose water unnecessarily. And from our people point of view, in terms of skills and capacity building, we had a target of 65 learnerships. We achieved 92, so we took more than what we had budgeted. We are also very strong in terms of our graduate program. We have a fully functional rainwater academy where we take our graduate programs. We set ourselves a target of 105. We brought in 132 graduate through our graduate program, not only for ourselves, but we also, like Umngeni, seeing a lot of uptake in the marketplace of our graduate. And for us, it's also a function of continuity because we are an aging workforce as well. We also issue bursaries. We also have KPIs that we've set ourselves around jobs created and contracted jobs, target of 80, but we did way better than that at 278, and temporary jobs. You'll see that we achieved the target, and in the year under review, we saw temporary jobs of close to 3,300 that we brought on board. Staff turnover, we a target of less than 5%. We only have 1.4% of staff leaving the organization. People love it here. They come and stay here to assist us in terms of institutional memories, to get these programs, lofty programs, up and running and ensure that we deliver on them on budget and on time. So low staff turnover and female recruitment in technical and management position. This is a specific target that the CE puts in place, where we are saying we have done insofar as the targets in terms of bringing females on board, but now we're talking at management and technical positions. We have put a moratorium in place. We're only recruiting to an extent possible females in this position. And that made it easy for us to achieve the target of 51%. And we came at a target at just under 70% of females recruited, not only females recruited, but in technical and management positions here in rainwater. Just in terms of the operational highlights, the 2021, we closed with a pipe network of 3,056 kilometers. I'm happy to report that in the year under review, we added 500 large diameter pipelines into the systems to boost and augment our infrastructure in that regard. So we are happy to report that we have laid more pipes to distribute water to the municipalities in the year under review. We did not achieve our capital expenditure as a relation in terms of the budget that we have set ourselves. We achieved 78.2% as a result of the moratorium that has been pushed
Chairperson,
Yes,
we are unable to share the presenter.
I can't hear him either.
Yeah, I thought I was, yeah, all of us.
Let me just check. Is the CFO, are you connected? Maybe you can take over. The CEO will take over when he returns. LCD?
Yes, Chair, I'm connected. Let me try to share.
The CEO is back. CE, we could not hear you any further. Can you there's something to check if you're online?
I'm online, Chair. Sorry, I got cut. Apologies.
Okay, then you can proceed.
I was on this slide. Can you see it? It talks operational highlights.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yes, I was reporting that, Chair, I don't know at what stage I was cut, but I did indicate the amount of diameter pipes that we laid in the year under review. I also talked about the challenges CAPEX. I was about to move.
You got cut when you are still highlighting the challenges with CAPEX.
Okay, yes. No, Chair, just to repeat that quickly, we achieved 78.2% against 95% target that we had set ourselves, owing to the moratorium that was placed on us by National Treasury on not continuing with procurement until they finalize at the Constitutional Court a case between National Treasury and Agribusiness. So that had impacted us a great deal. For a number of months, we could not do anything in that regard. But despite that, we had already spent about 78% of our budget. Repairs and maintenance as a percentage of budget, we spent all of our budget, and then we in fact had to put more money in terms of repairs and maintenance to push in that regard. We set ourselves a target of 95%. I'm happy to report that we did well in that regard. I've already spoken from operational point of view with regards to avoidable water losses, and I'm happy that we are doing a lot in terms of reducing the water that we lose as we provide this all-important service. Insofar as the financial highlights, the CFO will unpack them in greater detail later on. But we saw a lot of pressure on our gross profit margin insofar as our cost of sales are concerned. We really want to come out upwards of 30%. Our water is relatively of poor quality, so we cannot have margins of 60% from our GP. We're spending a lot of money in terms of chemicals, and of course, as I indicate, energy, because we are really doing a lot of pumping. So anything upwards of 30% this year under review wanted to come at 32%. Because of the pressures that we experience in our cost of sale, we could only achieve 30% of our GP. Insofar as a gross profit margin on secondary activities, we did well. The target of 5%, we achieved 6.4%. But if you look at the net income before I move on to other KPIs, net income margin from our primary activities, we were able to work long and hard in the belly of our income statement on all the cost line items post cost of sales, particularly those costs that we are able to control. To that effect, we were able to achieve our bottom line margin. We achieved 21.6% against the target of 20%. We are always happy if you come at 20% net profit margin. So despite the challenges that we are seeing and the headwinds that I'm talking about, insofar as our bottom line is concerned and our cost of sales are concerned, to an extent where we can, at the belly of our income statement, we are able to do some magic, work long and hard on controllable expenses so that we achieve our net income margin. So I'm happy that despite the serious pressure, which is something that needs to be attended to sector-wide, insofar as cost of sales are concerned, raw water, chemicals, energy, we're seeing a lot of pressure on our GP, but to an extent possible, we are able to come at the right net income. We were able to come at the right net income in the year under review. Similarly, in our secondary activities. We're happy with our current ratio in terms of our current assets and current liabilities, current assets that we have to meet at any given time, the current liabilities. You see our target is about 3.14 and we have achieved 3.50. Staff remuneration as a percentage of total cost, we really want to come between 15% and 24%, so that we don't have a runaway staff costs in the belly of our income statement. So we really came in at about 18.3%. We continuously watch on that. We just missed our return on asset by 0.1%. That is why we have to do all this maintenance. We've got all these assets, all these pipes that we procured, that we have laid to them. We now need to connect to them. That is what we call asset under construction, and so that we can have a better return on the investment that we've made on our assets. So we're not too worried about that 8.4. It came close to 8.5%, but it means we really have to take the system out to improve on the return of assets that we have procured in the last many years. Our biggest Achilles heel still remains debtors days. We came at about 77 days against a target of 70 days. 13 years ago, when I came to Water, it was about 35, 31 days. Increasingly, we are seeing, as I indicated in my preamble, that municipalities are really struggling to pay their bills on time. We are lucky that at the end of the financial year and at the quarter, they do settle them. So we are eventually able to recoup the cash, albeit late. We are concerned about these debtor days. And later on, time permitting, we'll have a detailed discussion in terms of what are we doing with them to ease the pressures that they are also experiencing in terms of some of the interventions that we have worked with them to improve the issues of debtor days, some of the work that we want to effect as we move and as we want to reimagine ourselves as a utility, working closely with municipalities and going deep in the belly of the distribution network to recover that money so that we remain sustainable. We are working very closely with some of the municipalities that are currently struggling to pay us to see what is it that we can do with them in the network to ensure that they recoup the money so that we deal with the issues of debtors days. We also have what we call Rainwater Foundation and standalone Pty Ltd, which is our corporate social investment arm. In the year under review, we spent about 88.2 million towards corporate social investment. We also have external funding of just around 0.6 million, 600,000, where we have other funders, other state-owned institutions giving us money, so that we mix it with our money that we put in the foundation to make a difference in the society that we come from. The way we're operating our Rainwater Foundation, they've got primary activities. These primary activities selfishly focusing on corporate social investment in water, sanitation, and hygiene programs. And of course, there are secondary activities where people come in and say, we want you to, deal with issues of rural development, biodiversity, ecosystem. But what is also important for us is that we are creating entrepreneurs and enterprises. If you go into an area so that they fly on their own, we reduce dependency on, if you like, handouts from rainwater. So we go into an area, we identify water and sanitation program. We also provide skills and training and expertise for these to be professionals on their own, establish their own enterprises and fly on their own. So when you come back in the next year, we assist the others progressively. So I'm happy to report that our corporate social investment arm is doing well in that regard. As I indicated, that it's selfishly focused on wash, water, and sanitation, health and hygiene programs. What we also do, as an example, we go into municipalities that have a higher non-revenue with our corporate social investment arm. We fix the domestic leaks and we repair them and raise awareness. The people that we see here, these guys are now entrepreneurs. We leave them in the township. If we have a leak, you ask them to assist you with the leak in your households. They become professionals, they become professional plumbers, but also we assist them to establish themselves in terms of enterprises so that we leave them in a community and they are able to deal at a community level with the challenges that are related to leaks and leaks repair. Chair, in terms of the CAPEX, I just wanted to say these significant challenges in legislation from time to time do have an impact in the implementation of our capital program. As I indicated in the preamble, this judgment really affected us a great deal insofar as implementing our CAPEX. You will see that we were told in February that no bids will be awarded. We were able to run later on in the year, at the tail end, almost in the new financial year, with our capital program. And so I thought in this slide to indicate that it's also not about just a judgment. You have instruction notes that need to come, then we have a policy that you need to revise and run with that policy to give that effect. That takes time. So I think it is a discussion that we need to have as a sector and our colleagues at large around practice notes, instruction notes that come into the middle of the financial year. Effective immediately, they do have an impact in our ability to roll out services in the part of our value chain. What we do also, very high level, we also have the on a ongoing basis, on a year-on-year basis, look at the risk and our risk metrics. We rate our risks, and then this in here is the top 10 risks. As we close the year that was, we are also always looking at capacity to supply sufficient quality and quantity of potable water, risk number one, and that is why we do well in that regard. For the fact that we're doing well in that regard, we don't put it at the bottom of the risk, because the inherent risk associated with this is really up here, although the residual risk is dealt with substantially. The second one is failure of infrastructure in terms of pipelines. This is our core line. And if we look at the residual risk, is very low, but an inherent risk is very high. Should anything happen, it means the business is not able to operate. The third risk in the year under review was availability, reliability, and the quality of electrical supply. I'm sure if you have to look at my risk register, this is number one now. And this is our biggest Achilles heel as a business, close to database. Our inability to provide, to receive from municipalities and ESCOM reliable quality of electrical supply. So ours is also not a load shedding issue, is that the quality as a result of load shedding of electricity that we get leaves a lot to be desired. One of the biggest issues that we have is encroachment. This is worrying because, I mean, we're talking large diameter pipes and people are building on top of our lines. Should we have a pipe burst in these lines, I'm very sure that lives are going to be lost. So we have adverts, we have communication, we work very closely with municipalities in this regard. It is one of the highest risks that we have in our risk registers. And I'm not going to go through all of them because of time. I thought I should just, before I step down and give the CFO an opportunity to unpack the numbers, this slide for me is extremely important in view of what everybody has been saying up here in Gauteng, in terms of our ability to supply water and what have you been doing. You'll see if you look at the top part of the slide, the green is the actual, the gray is the budget. You'll see in the quarter 2023 first quarter, our municipality had ordered 4,263 megaliters of water a day. In that quarter, we pumped 4,486 megaliters of water a day. You'll see that is a jump of about 5.2% higher than when we closed. So although we have debtors days that are going up, we have a demand on the other side to put more water into the system. This graph, even if you look at the dotted red lines that you see, progressively we are putting more water into the system. So you'll see year on year, from 2021, we had an increase of 5%. And now in this quarter, we progressively putting more water into the system. So this notion that has been playing out there that rainwater is not giving people water. Rainwater is eating a lot more water, more than what is budgeted for, more than what is ordered to meet the demands during this time of heightened heat waves. So this graph shows, even if you look at the blue line, what we have been doing over time. We've been adding more water. And our view is that this is not sustainable in the long term if looking at our debtors days, but to an extent possible, we'll keep adding infrastructure. And then you'll see this quarter, we have built in an additional reservoir of 210 megaliter storage a day, the largest post-tension pre-stress concrete reservoir in the world. So we are adding more water. This year, the tail end of the financial year, we are going to build an additional purification works. Listen to the number, 600 megaliters of water a day that we're going to be adding into the system. So we are doing the best that we can from our side, and we welcome the minister's interventions to look at where does this water go, how does it not reach homes, and what do we need to do as a sector holistically with our partners to make sure that everybody receives water, because we are putting more water into the system. So even if in the next slide you go back as Q2 of 2022, you can see progressively we are adding more water into the system, a lot more than what is budgeted for, a lot more than what our municipalities have requested in the year under review. So I think this is the take-home message. As we listen to all these confusing aspects that you see on tele, from bulk water point of view, portfolio committee members and the chair, we are doing the best that we can to augment the system, and we're adding record volumes into the system to meet future demands. I'll leave it here, Chair, with your permission. Request the CFO to take us into the details of the numbers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, CE. Good morning to the portfolio committee members, Minister and Deputy Minister, and all colleagues, all protocol observed, Chair. I would like to just, as an opening, to indicate that our financial strategy is aligned to the group strategy that the Chief Executive has just outlined, and the critical pillars that underpins it relates to productivity and efficiency, to support growth from a reinvestment perspective, as well as the now internal control rigor through our risk and internal control strategy, to, with an outcome of clean audit, that we're actually targeting for the next financial year, as well as a funding strategy to support, our reinvestment, plans from a CapEx perspective, as well as then, the maintenance and refurbishment plans that we currently have in place. Balance sheet optimization becomes quite critical to ensure that we do have, our balance sheet is healthy to be able to support, continued growth within the business. In the next slide, Chair, we want to actually then indicate that, rainwater has actually then now remained resilient. The next slide, CE. Yes, that rainwater has actually remained resilient during this difficult economic times, and we were able to at least produce strong financial performance for the financial year ending 2022. And this performance is underpinned by a revenue increase of 7%, largely driven by a tariff increase that was implemented of 5.8% in this financial period, as well as a growth in volumes of supply of just over 1.5%, as the C has already alluded to. However, this growth in performance was actually then now also hampered by a non-recognition of revenues from some of our customers, those ones that are considered as non-performing in line with the accounting standards. So we have not recognized revenue of 170 million. the backdrop on the backdrop of the 0% tariff increase that we actually had in the financial year 2021, even though we have received implemented 5.8%, this tariff increase could not necessarily provide us with sufficient cushion to catch up on the increasing cost base, considering that the operating costs increased in both the 2021 financial year as well as the 2022, and this impacted the effectiveness of our medium-term planning processes. And we, however, were able to actually accommodate some of the costs, but not necessarily sufficiently. And this has then indeed, translated in the decline in the gross income that is actually being depicted. There are gross profit margins being impacted as a result of the increasing, input costs. However, overall performance at a net income level improved, as a result of the financial activities that were undertaken. Financial returns, from investment income increasing quite significantly, contributing 434 million to the bottom line as a result of the increased interest rates that we have been able to receive in the last year, as well as then now the realization of interest that was actually charged on our outstanding debt. And as a result of the recovery of those debts, we were able to then realize a further 154 million overall, resulting in an increase of just over 200% in interest that's actually been realized. This has actually boosted the performance of the organization for this particular period, and resulting in an increase in our net income compared to the previous year by 5%. I think the CE has already outlined that our capex expenditure for the period was actually then now hampered by the suspension in supply chain processes as a result of the changing instructions and notifications received from National Treasury in the last 4 months of the year. In the next slide, we are indicating that our balance sheet has continued to actually remain robust. We are reflecting strong liquidity positions with the current ratio increase in cash and cash equivalents, as well as then now our debt to equity ratios, being really well within, the targeted base. Profitability metrics as well, improving, despite, the challenging economic environment that we have actually experienced. Our total assets for the periods have increased quite significantly by 9%, and this is actually primarily driven by, the capex that has actually then now been plowed in the current year, contributing to a 6% increase there too. The increase in this non-current assets as part of our total is actually then now testament to the bringing of efforts that we have actually implemented to bring assets to use, and this has actually resulted in the reduction of assets under construction. So in this current period, we are reporting that a total of about 3.5 billion of assets that were created in the prior periods have actually been, brought into use. And as a result, this actually resulted in, sporadic plant shutdowns being implemented in the last financial period. And it is expected that, this trend will actually then now continue as we then now commission most of the assets that actually been created over the last 5 to 10 years. We have also witnessed a reduction in our return on investments, and this is as a result of the increasing total assets, that have actually been invested in, but as well as now the lower rate of increase in our net income that you just reflected, which is sitting at about a 5% net income increase, though our assets are increasing at a much faster, rate. In the next slide, Chair, we just want to indicate that, overall revenues increasing, we've seen an increasing trend year on year. Net income as well, increasing, being even achieving better performance compared to target from a margin, perspective, well within our benchmark, targets that should be between 20 and 25%. We also have noted that our gross profit margin has actually remained really under pressure, sitting at a 30% compared to the prior period where we were reporting a 84% gross profit margin. And this is really as a result of higher, inflationary costs relating to our cost of sales drivers. But, despite, this direct input cost increasing at a much faster rate than what was actually then now planned for, we, profitability and earnings actually remained stable. And this was actually underpinned by, cost-effective cost management strategies. We continued as an organization with the cost-cutting measures that we had implemented in the 2021 financial year on the back of the zero tariff increase, and that has actually resulted, at least in this performance that we are reporting on. We are also seeing an improvement in, there is a cash generated from operations, which is actually attributable to improved, working capital cycle. This is really mainly as a result of, in certain areas, significant portion of our inventories that related to steel coils that have now been, converted into pipes and now are sitting in our assets under construction. And as a direct consequence of, our cash generating, capability from a business perspective, we were actually able to defer borrowings that are then now, that were earmarked to actually then now support, capital expenditure going forward, and to also build, strategic reserves. These strategic reserves relates to, reserves we're setting aside in order to enable us to then now redeem, the debt that we actually have to in the market. From a cost and efficiency perspective, in the next slide, we are, indicating that, from a breakdown, overall cost of sales has actually increased by 14%. This should actually be juxtaposed against a revenue increase of 7%, and hence, the gross income is actually then under pressure and reducing by 7%, mainly driven by an increase in the volumes of water that were actually then now purchased from the DWS as a result of increased volumes of supply and demand out there. However, our cost of raw water actually increased by just over 9% compared to the previous year. And we can see from this particular breakdown that compared to 2021, total cost of raw water contribution has actually increased to 40%, 46% as part of our overall operating costs. And this is mainly as a result of, the increased volumes of abstraction, as well as the implemented, raw water costs increasing by 9%, really outshooting the tariff, that was a potable water tariff that was implemented of 5.8%. We also, we're seeing an increase in our energy costs contribution, sitting at 21% in 2021, but 2023 really sitting at 23%. And this is really as a result of the continuous pumping that we've had to then now implement during this period as a result of the now higher demand. Overall costs, if you look at, costs that are actually within the controllable range, being the green one, contribution, labor cost contribution remaining the same year on year. So we effectively say from a real perspective, really there hasn't been an increase, in this particular cost increasing to just above 3 billion compared to 2.9 billion in the prior period. And this is really as a result of the implementation during the current, the 2022 financial year. We have implemented a voluntary separation arrangement, wherein a total of 151 of our employees who are over the age of 60 had actually then now opted for this particular offer, and this resulted in a reduction in our overall staff costs by just close to 3%. So we are seeing really our overall costs from a labor perspective increasing at below inflation, sitting at about 3.7%. In the next slide, we just then now depicting, those input costs, direct costs, that have actually impacted on our net, our gross income, cost of energy increasing by 11%, and this is an increase in energy consumption aligned to the higher raw water volumes that we actually then now treated. And furthermore, the pumping of water during peak hours has significantly increased and contributed to the increase in the cost per kilowatt hour. Persistent load shedding has also prompted, rainwater in this particular instance to then explore other alternative energy sources due to, the importance of rainwater's operations to the socio-economic development. And stemming from this, feasibility studies have actually been done. We are now at a point of, implementation, looking at renewable energy generation from hydropower, as well as then now solar photovoltaic power generation. And from a chemicals perspective, we're indicating that the cost of chemicals shooting at increasing to 42%, compared to 23% increase in the prior period, and which is particularly driven by the amount of chemicals and that we actually utilize in the treatment of our water, specifically relating to those organic coagulants, as well as the chlorine, which were significantly higher. As well as, and this is as a result of, the increased, pricing rate, that we've actually received now from our suppliers, as the CE has indicated, really as a result of, the global supply chain effects, really translating into a higher chemical, costs, being then now, passed on to entities, of our nature. In the next slide, from a credit management perspective, we're indicating that this really is an area that is posing a serious risk to the financial health of rainwater. And this is an area that we are closely monitoring. In particular, the overdue debts, mainly from municipalities in our area of operations that are under administration. Most of them have actually been put under Section 139 administration, and some have actually been, downgraded by rating agencies, principally those metros that we actually service. But we remain positive, committed really from our side to engage with our customers, municipalities, the provincial as well as national treasury, and COPTA in finding new solutions and partnerships in order to then now, they address this Achilles heel to rainwater's performance. But we would like to also, report that we were able to, in this particular period, recover, old overdue debt from our ailing municipality, Umngeni, amounting to just over 500 million through our legal recovery processes. And this has actually then now boosted, our performance, for the period. As a result, the provision for doubtful debts that we call expected credit losses was actually reversed. So we have seen now a reduction in our expected credit losses year on year from 1.7 billion to 1.59 billion. So a 9% reduction, and that also boosted, a performance. In the next slide, we're just depicting really our CapEx, expenditure for the period. We have implemented and spent 1.8 billion in CapEx, and we've recognized in the books, after including our capitalizing borrowing cost, 2.2 billion of CapEx. We've just highlighted the classes of assets that we've actually then now invested in, for the period under review. We're also depicting that, from our 5-year plan, this is actually then now a rolling plan that we actually have in place over a 5-year period. Now is sitting up to 2027, we're sitting at around 30 billion, plan to support augmentation, to meet, future demand, as well as to then now focus on the renewal of our current infrastructure, refurbishment of our current infrastructure, and that is then now depicted in that CapEx renewal, and both elements then now amount to 30 billion of CapEx investment, with the bulk really of the investments, relating to pipeline network. We'll see that we've got close to 21 billion of investments that have CapEx that has actually been earmarked for to be implemented relating to pipelines, then followed by investments in our pumping as well as purification systems. From a fruitless, wasteful and irregular perspective, Chair would like to report that we have seen a significant reduction in the irregular expenditure that's been reported for in the current year. This reduction is sitting at about 197 million of irregular expenditure, which then now relates to, contracts, incidents that we identified in prior years. And however, these incidents related to multi-year contracts, so the expenditure on those contracts are continuing, and that has resulted in this 197 million of irregular expenditure that's recognized in this period. We also, the board, since the new board has actually taken over, there has been significant movement that's been made in this regard, Chair. irregular expenditure amounting to 324 million was subsequently removed as we received, a court ruling to preserve, the contract, and from that judgment then now has positively then contributed to the reduction in our irregular expenditure. Applications to National Treasury have been submitted for a condonation of some of the irregular expenditure as at year end. Those had not necessarily been finalized by National Treasury. For the current year under review, Chair, we did not have any additional incidences relating to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as no material cases of criminal conduct were reported. In the next slide, we are just giving an overview of contingencies and guarantees. In this particular area, there hasn't been significant movement really from a contingent assets as well as contingent liabilities perspective, because these would be areas that are still within the courts, and sometimes they actually even take longer for resolution. But from my perspective, we just wanted to highlight that we have had a significant increase in the guarantees that the organization has actually then now issued. And this is really in relation to a guarantee of amounting to 648 million that has actually been now provided to Eskom in line with the electricity supply agreements. They require security in order to be able to ensure a continuity of supply. The last item, Chair, that I want to then report as part of the subsequent events relating to these, some of the contingencies that we had raised in the past. We want to indicate that in these books, around, October of 2022, just before we closed, the auditors actually then now signed off. Rainwater had then now, finalized a matter that was raised around in 2016, wherein there was a claim for damages that was actually lodged with ourselves, amounting to 668 million as for loss of income due to a cancellation of a contract, which contract, from a Rainwater perspective, we actually then now declared as invalid, as the parties, who actually then now entered into the contract was not necessarily delegated by the organization and bound the organization to a 20-year contract, which is actually not in line with our regulatory framework, as well as our policy governance framework. However, this particular suit, has actually gone through all the different levels, of courts up to the constitutional court, wherein through this the judicial system then now upheld that the contract is actually valid. And following on that, I think from organization perspective, we have had legal forensic and legal consultation in relation to this particular outcome, and we resolved to then now settle this suit at 145 million, the cost of which has now been provided for and included in the results that we are reporting. This is not necessarily the end of this particular matter, Chair. The employees, the parties who were involved in this particular, suit, disciplinary action was already taken around 2016-2017 period. The employee has since left the employ of Rainwater, but even around that period, we have already, in 2020, we have then now opened, a criminal case wherein, would actually then now be pursuing, the parties, who were involved in this particular matter, because from our perspective, there seems to be, an element of, fraudulent, activity in relation thereto. But from an organizational perspective, we have settled, but we'll actually then now be pursuing the parties the provider as well as employees who were involved in the transaction. In the next slide, Chair, we're just reflecting our balance sheet flexibility. I just want to focus on the redemption reserve. This is really part of our strategic reserves that we're actually setting aside, that even though we have significant liquidity, it's important that, that liquidity is then now brought into perspective, that we've got different, instruments that are out there in the market. In 2024 financial year, which is then now in this 2023 December, we are expected to then now, pay out and return back to the investors 1.2 billion of RW23 that is actually then now maturing, and we will actually then have to redeem that particular bond. Over and above that, as part of our Treasury, policy, we give ourselves a 5-year period to build up sufficient reserve to enable us to actually then now redeem these debts as and when they fall due. So we start, building up those reserves. So that's why we're then now sitting with 1.6 billion that will be sitting in 2024, which a portion of it relates to RW23 that will be redeeming, but as well as then now we've got other instruments, RWL26, that is then now due in the year 2026. And then, the difference relates to the now reserves that have been allocated there too. So we have sufficient, headroom in all our liquidity instruments to be able to then now implement our capital expenditure. Those that have been committed, we've got with our banks, 1 billion committed facilities that we can tap into if there is a need. This will be in a form of overdraft, as well as then now 5.6 billion, which is then now in our domestic medium-term program that is registered in with the JSE. And this particular program we can either use to issue short-term commercial paper, or even then now the long-term debt that we currently have. We have as well, put in place a liquidity buffer for working capital purposes that we can tap into, which is about 1.9 billion. And this liquidity buffer can, in our assessment, can cater for our working capital requirements for 2.5 months. So in the instance, our customers do not necessarily pay us at least over a 2-month period, we'll be able to then now continue with the service provision by tapping into. Thank you, Chair. I think then we've got the last slide, CE, which is then now the debt profile that we wanted to highlight, which has actually remained the same. We want to also indicate that our credit rating has actually been affirmed. And in this last year, we have also received an international award in relation to the bond instruments that we have issued, being the sustainability-linked bonds. Thank you, CE.
Yeah, thank you, CFO. Chair, just looking forward in terms of 2023, we're going to be focusing a lot on maintenance, particularly planned maintenance. We're going to be doing a lot of refurbishment because we want to decrease asset under construction. As I indicated earlier, we've been procuring a lot of pipes to augment in terms of this. So we're going to be spending a lot of time in this. So I think it is important that we communicate this so that it's not understood as a failure in the system, but planned interruptions to make sure that we have continued water supply going forward. We're still on our journey of wanting to be a smart digital water company. We have the ability now to deal with a lot of data analytics. We can predict groundwater and leaks through the satellite imagery that in real time, when these things are happening. And we're looking at acid mine drainage and groundwater to diversify. product offering and progressively moved towards blockchain technologies to make it smarter in terms of how we do our business going forward. Thank you, Chair, for your time.
Thanks, Water. Very long, of course, we must say. Can you get Bloem? Is it Bloem off now? The last one?
That's correct, Chairperson. Bloem Water.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me also greet the Minister and the Deputy Ministers. And then at the same time, we want to welcome all our colleagues that are around. And before I hand over to the CE to start with the presentation, Chair, I would just want to pass my sincere greetings to the support that I get from the DWS, as well as the Minister himself and the Deputy Minister, with regard to the tough situation that we are faced with of putting together two institutions. And obviously they have got different cultures and values, and to put them together is quite hectic. But we are doing our best. But with the support that we have from the shareholder, I think we are still soldiering on. With that, Chair, I would like to hand over to the CE to start with the presentation. Thank you very much. CE? CE?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, members of Parliament, Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. I would like to present our status as per. Sorry, we are told that the host disabled participant screen sharing, so we are trying to share. So I think from the host side, if we can be enabled to put our presentation on the screen. However, while we are waiting for that, I would like to, as an introduction, report that the entity confined itself strictly to the communication that we received from Parliament. And we then went straight to the purpose as it was highlighted in the communication overview. Sorry, Chairperson, I just want us to settle down here on the presentation. So can you go to the slide number 2? Still not sharing. Still not sharing. Okay. Chairperson, can you see the presentation from your side?
Yes, I do see a content slide of introduction, purpose of a view of plan. I'm not sure whether it is on the presentation slide, but yes, there's something that I can see.
Yes, Chairperson, as I said earlier, we confined ourselves to the communication that we received from Parliament, and we'll then go straight to the purpose, where we are presenting the financial and non-financial performance of 2021-2022 as per annual report. We were also requested to talk to the achievements and challenges that we encountered in that particular year, current developments within the entity, and recommendation to improve. On a nutshell, Chairperson, this is just a summary on how we did with regard to financial and non-financial performance. With regard to financial performance, we achieved 68.2, and then with regard to non-financial, we went slightly higher, which is 72%. It is important, Chairperson, to explain that the entity as it stands is servicing underdeveloped areas with high level of unemployment and poverty. And it is also important to mention that even those municipalities that we are servicing, including the metro that is currently under administration, and which remains downgraded, it's very difficult to even recoup what the metros and other municipalities are owing to the entity. Hence, the unstable municipal environment where all the municipalities that we are servicing in the province are either do not have CFOs, actually 4 of them do not have senior officials. Municipal managers and CFOs are currently acting. So that is the problem, because this results in a non-commitment of payment of bulk water. It is also important to mention that I won't be talking to the rents and cents of those municipalities. The CFO will be referring to it. However, it is important to mention that due to these funding challenges, we have not been able to carry on with our CAPEX program. We dropped the ball there. It has been deferred for the past 5 years due to the non-payment of the municipality. And also the borrowing limits could not be even requested, because once the financial situation is not stable, it's difficult to even submit. However, we believe that if all goes well, the borrowing limits will be requested once the financial situation is conducive. It is also important to mention that despite all these financial problems that we have, the department came in through the current ministerial directives that are aiming to augment infrastructure development in the areas that we service and other areas of the Free State. This includes specifically the 33.7 kilometer pipeline, which is our main pipeline where we are servicing all the municipalities, including the metro. It is reaching completion. At the moment, we are with that pipeline, we are at a testing stage. So anytime from now, it will be handed over officially by the minister. The department is also funding other water infrastructure developments, as I've already alluded to, whereby the water board has been appointed as the implementing agent. In the next slide, it is important to go specifically on the construction of the 33 kilometer steel pipe, which is phase 1 of the 116 pipeline from Belvedere to Bloemfontein. As I've already alluded to, it is now at the testing stage. The second one is Maluti-Akofung. As you would remember, Chairperson, there are a lot of issues there around water provision. The minister directed the board to go and do refurbishment and upgrading of wastewater treatment works, as well as water treatment works in the region. We are also mandated currently to manage and supervise operations and the maintenance of water and sanitation infrastructure. Furthermore, we are busy developing water services development plan, where we are also developing feasibility studies and implementation readiness studies. And this process is expected to last for 5 years. And after 5 years, we would have transferred skills to the municipality, and then we'll move out. The third one of importance is Machabe local municipality. Here, the main challenge, Chairperson, is sanitation. We engaged the municipality through this directive from June last year. We are currently at a planning process that has just been completed, where condition assessment feasibility studies are covering the refurbishment of 9 wastewater treatment works, and blocking of SEA network that is estimated at 1,543 kilometers, and lastly, refurbishment of 52 pump stations. While we are here, that was just an overview, Chairperson, of non-financial. I'll give over to the CFO to talk about the financial matters, and then I'll take again after that to talk precisely or specifically on the non-financial performance of the entity.
Thank you, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee, Minister and Deputy Minister. Other protocols observed. Just an overview of what the Auditor General's report was for the year under review. You'll find that Bloem Water had unqualified reports with matters for the last number of years. One of the items that the AG is very concerned about is a going concern. And how do they measure that? It's that after the year of reporting, a 12-month period, which the Sanitation disestablishment brings towards Bloem Water. Just the numbers, around 7 billion rand in municipal debtors and other debtors is reflected in the accounts. Creditors in the books of Sanitation is 5 billion, including the departments, around 4.5 billion rand of raw water charges. The net effect is really a 12 billion rand that Bloem Water is inheriting. The under recovery on a monthly basis from a cash flow point of view is running short. Hence, there's insufficient cash on a monthly basis. Now, that is a major concern to the AG in terms of going concern, as well as the new emphasis with irregular expenditure resulted in an amount of 79.1 million. The biggest component of that is a 77 million project where variation orders in the, let's say, project environment and technical environment had to continue, whereas the approvals were not obtained from the National Treasury at the time, or timeously, although projects couldn't go to standstill. The determination tests have been concluded, but the Treasury has declined to approve it. Hence, Bloem Water has to continue with the process to do the consequence management in this whole process. A small other amount of 2 million rand was still for local content, which also relates to the procurement as well as the issue mentioned earlier about the National Treasury environment that was difficult in the latter part of last year to do procurement. Material impairments, we keep on talking about debtors. At year end, Mangaung, the Metro, you'll find in the annual report, you have a standing account of 690 million rand. Kopanong local municipality, 543 million rand, which are the two major debtors in the books of Bloem Water. We'll look at some of the figures just now, which the impact had on the different municipalities. Suffice to say that the Kopanong municipality has literally paid close to nothing over the last number of years. They've been restricted with water supply, etc., and which makes it difficult from a finance point of view and a cash flow point of view to deal with debtors. Just on the last comment on the previous slide, which is that the financial statements fairly presented the financial position of Bloem Water in accordance with the AG. I need to say that the restatement of corresponding figures in the previous slide, the CE indicated about a project of 600 million in a pipeline. For 3 years, we accounted for the funding provided by the department for a pipeline project in the accounts of Bloem Water as an asset. It was allowed until the last audit, where the AG has probably audited on both sides, where the same asset was accounted for in the department's books. It comes from our big funding, and the end result was that we had to restate several of our GRAC entries, and it relates to many items, the recognizing of work in progress, revenue from exchange transactions, the VAT, the receivables, etc. So it was a number of accounts that had to be restated with the impact it had on the audited year as well as the previous 3 years. If we go to the slide with the revenue, just the previous one, please. You'll find that the revenue from exchange transactions, water sales, it's coupled to the volumes of demand. In line with the unit pricing, we've got unit price for raw water as well as treated water. And until recently, there's been a drought restriction level implemented by the department for this, for our service area. So that had an impact on the revenue streams. The third line there, which is interest revenue of 112 million rand and 114 the previous year, that is mainly the interest charged to municipalities. Suffice to say that municipalities never pays or never agrees to pay the interest, so that somehow overstates the revenue generation from a cash flow point of view. So we will never get that 112 million rand. If we move further down to look at the water abstraction cost, we experienced floods in the last year, January, etc., and it had an impact on the water abstraction cost, and I'll speak to the maintenance cost a bit later on as well. But suffice to say that the previous year, the 43 million included the Groote Dams raw water charges, which was charged at a registered rate and not on a volume basis, which was corrected in the current year, 2022 year. As I indicated, the second line there is inventory chemicals consumed. Due to the floods that we experienced during the early part of the calendar year last year, a lot of extra chemicals were required to be spent on for the treatment of the high turbidity levels in the water supply, which is substantially higher than what we have been experiencing in the year before. Just to couple the floods, etc., with the lower down is the repairs and the maintenance items consumed. You'll find that in the last year, it's 39.5 and the 7 million rand, 45 million compared to 25 in the previous year. We had breakages, we had repairs from the floods, etc., which increased the expenditure. Also, it must be said that the 25 million rand in the previous year, the 12.8 and the 12.5 in the previous year was also affected by the cash position of the entity. We'll stand still just now on why it was what the impact of cash flows at that point in time. Energy cost lower than the previous year. We were fortunate with the rainy seasons and our dam levels were at high levels, so there was no need or limited need for the Nova transfer scheme to transfer water from the Caledon River into the Modder River system, which is or expenditure cost that's not linked to volumes sold. So fortunately, we were lucky to have less energy cost at that point in time. If we just stand still on the bad debt written off, 30 million for the year and 409 million for the previous year. Just to recap what has happened, the Metro defaulted. We ended up in an arbitration process in the 2020 period. And the arbitration ruling resulted in Bloem Water having to write off 409 million rand from their accounts, and a settlement agreement of 715 million rand was agreed upon to be paid to Bloem Water over a period of 4 years. Hence, those two numbers in the previous year, 409 million bad debt written off, and the impairment of 728 million rand is associated with those write-offs and payment plans. The 171 million rand in the current year, as I indicated, the Metro still owes 690 million at year end, of which portion was for the payment plan, but the biggest component of that was for current accounts that they fell into arrears in the 2021-22 year, as well as I indicated Kopanung has been paying limited amounts over the period. So there is an impairment of 171 million rand, mainly on these two accounts. Now, if you look at the surpluses at the bottom, the previous year it looks nice, but it's just because of that correction in terms of the arbitration ruling. And then the surplus for the year, 153 million rand, also looks like a good number, but associated it with the interest on municipal accounts of 112 million on top, which we will not receive, as well as the benefit that we had from energy cost links up with 153 million rand. So even if the number looks very nice, we'll just have a look at the next slide, the impact of the debtors that it has on the finances of Bloem Water. Property, plant and equipment, as I indicated, that correction of the 600 million steel pipeline. If you go to the previous annual reports, you'll find that that is a number exceeded R1 billion, and now we have to correct it, and now our balance sheet looks less favorable. Receivables from exchange transactions under non-current and current assets is really what is required to be received. But I would like to just highlight the cash and cash position, where the year before, after the settlement agreement, or the arbitration ruling rather, at July 2020 and November 2020, Bloem Water was in a precarious financial position from a cash flow point of view. So the arbitration ruling assisted us to end up at the financial year with a cash flow of 18 million. The enforcement of the arbitration ruling, as well as other measures in terms of debt collecting, improved the situation to 453 million rand. But we should not be so happy about it, because you talk about 5 months of operational cash. So the write-offs of the 409 million and the year before on the metro affects the ability from cash position of Bloem Water. And this is what the CEO also indicated, affects the ability for your borrowings. There's been an unstable revenue stream over the last number of years. Even if you would apply to the department from a business plan point of view, the Department of National Treasury would look at stable revenue streams. That would be the market out there to see your ability to cover borrowing. So it has affected Bloem Water drastically in terms of borrowings, and to ensure that our CapEx is rolled out. Even the CapEx is for the same municipalities, but we have got a challenge at hand with the municipalities. If we turn the page, the non-current liabilities there where the dots are, you'll find that the current loans that we have will be paid in the next year, which is in 23 years, so there will not be borrowings, but the inability to borrow, we could not in terms of what we planned. I think just further down, just to say that the employee benefits and payables of exchange transactions relates to pension fund, long-term service awards, etc. The bottom part, also the dot there on the capital replacement development insurance fund. The previous years there were still amounts provided for. What has happened? Those in the previous year were not cash backed, because we didn't have cash to enable our funds and to work according to the protocols of the funds. So the board decided, let us abolish it for now until such time that you are able to cash back your reserve funds. If we turn the page, Bloem Water does not have unauthorized expenditure. Irregular expenditure, I highlighted the 79 million there, was the 77 on the steel pipeline, or the pipeline project, as well as 2 million on local content. Turn the page, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we did not have any of that. and then I'll hand over this to the CE. Just suffice to say that the detail is further in the presentation, like all the ratios, what was met and not met. We didn't single it out, we kept it as a joint presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. If we pass on to the next page, it's important to say that on a positive note, we haven't done that bad with regard to shareholder compact targets. I'll quickly move to the next page. The next one here, we are just showing different achievement of different departments, but it's important to go to the next slide where we are actually saying most of the targets were met. Those that we couldn't meet, most of them were not within our control because they were very much related to the payment and the infrastructure that we had planned. So all those, until you go down, unless Chairperson you want me to go through them, are just showing each target and how we have done on the target. And as I said, most of those non-performance targets were met. It is important to go down to current development, as we've been requested to do so. The Minister has already spoken about the disestablishment of CDB. That is the main current development that took place in Bloem Water. The integration and implementation phase is currently underway, and the section 197 staff transfer has just been concluded. And we are intending, hoping that the new board will be able to service the extended areas and will definitely improve water service delivery and efficiencies. We also are proud to report that we are collaborating very well with private sector. In this case, we are mentioning the 26 mines that we have taken over from the former CDM, and we are busy and improving collaboration with the mines and other municipalities that we have taken over. It is also important to highlight that this issue of increasing theft and vandalism of already aging infrastructure during this period where since August to date, we have already suffered 2 incidences where our security personnel were attacked with AK-47s and cables and transformers were taken from one of our water plants in Velkom. So yes, also we are not also excluded from the negative impact that the power outage has on the water supply. The challenges that we are currently facing, we have already in a way mentioned some, where we are saying that in order to achieve a complete integration of these 2 water boards, funding is very key. Also that the continuing non-payment, as we know, is affecting water security of the country at large as infrastructure development becomes limited. We are also suggesting that it's important that the SLAs with the municipalities be regulated at departmental level, because at the moment, each and every municipality determine how long should the SLA last. The others is 2 years, the others is 10 years, and so on. So I think there is a need to really regularize this service level agreement with the municipalities. I've already referred to the theft and then also the power outage. In conclusion, Chairperson, on behalf of the board, or maybe let me not conclude because the Chairperson is there, but the entity would like to thank the department. I give over to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, CE. I think Chairperson, the Minister and Deputy Minister, I think that takes us to the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
I didn't hear what you said.
Chair, I was saying, thank you very much. I think this takes us to the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Members, I know that the presentations were very long, I want to thank you for your patience of having listened carefully. I will not also want to manage you on time. It's just that we have to finish at 1:30, I'm sure the latest. Nasipo, what time?
1:30 is fine, Chairperson.
Okay. Let me see hand on the portal. I see the hand of Shelley, Honorable Mukhutu, Honorable Madi Peterson, Honorable Muthala, Honorable Mutuba, Honorable Zeki for now. Let's start, Honorable Mukhutu.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to thank the boards for the presentations. My first question is going to be directed to Umngeni Water Board. Has the SIU concluded its investigation in the recent corruption in Umngeni Water Board? What is the current status of the investigations? And then the next one is directed to Rand Water. One of the challenges that you have mentioned is that there is malicious damage to your infrastructure. So I would like to know, how are you dealing with this challenge effectively? And then the next question is directed to uMhlathuze Water Board. You mentioned that you underspend on maintenance of infrastructure. I want to give us the reasons why you have underspent. And what I do not understand from you is that you just mentioned that even though you have underspent, but at least you are still able, to perform. Unlike in the past year or years where there was an unplanned interruption like in Mondi. So are you going to function like this until when? Are you going to react every time when we experience a problem, or you are going to be proactive? And then the next questions are referred to Bloem. It is mentioned that there was an irregular expenditure of 79.1 million in the financial year 2021-2022, and then in the previous financial year or past financial year of 2020-2021, the irregular expenditure was 2.5 million. So from the look of things, your irregular expenditure has increased drastically. I don't understand this. In 2021 financial year, when you realized that there was this irregular expenditure, what plans did you have to curb the irregular expenditure from not incurring again? And right now, do you have any effective plans that you're going to implement to, nip this tendency in the budget? Because your problem is supply chain management. Why are you not adhering to the laws that you are supposed to adhere to, that direct you on how to award tenders to the people that you are awarding tenders? Is it because maybe of corruption? When are you going to nip this corruption at the butt? Because from what I see, it's nothing more than corruption that is done intentionally, so in order to give people or to award people that are not supposed to be awarded tenders with. So what are your plans to deal with this effectively so that in future, in the financial year 2022-23, we're not going to experience this problem? And again, you just mentioned on the increase of the BBBEE expenditure. Majority of the small businesses needs capital injection and empowerment to grow and also to alleviate unemployment in South Africa. But you were unable to obtain 100% target with regard to the BBBB EE expenditure in relation to operational projects. What are your challenges? Maybe if you can come up with a turnaround strategy to address this problem, this could solve the problem. And what is your turnaround strategy? What are the reasons for not filling in all vacant posts? On skills and capacity building, you achieved 0 target instead of achieving 10. Why? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Mary Peterson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've got 2 questions. The first one is municipalities are the main customers of water boards and accounted for most of their receivables, more than 80% of receivables at 6 of the 9 water boards. The water boards experience challenges with collecting these debts because of the worsening financial health of the local government, as reported in the 2021 General Report on Local Government Audit Outcomes. In 2021, municipal debt was 14.2 billion. 2020 to 2021, 2019 to 2020, it was 12.5 billion. It represented 87%. In 2020, 14.7 billion. In this case, the department should provide a detailed report on municipal debt and measures that have been put in place to address this ever-growing municipal debt. How much is the total municipal debt owed to water boards, and how is it being paid? We need a report of that. My second question, can I go on, Chairperson?
Yes.
The second question is, the minister has initiated certain interventions in strengthening credit control in the water sector. As water boards working with non-paying municipalities, how will water boards use the measures that the minister put in place to strengthen billing and revenue collection? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. It's in the afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers. Chair, in other instances,
Chairperson, can I come? Chairperson? Hello?
No, I swear. After her, it will be you.
Thank you, Chair.
Matuba.
Matuba.
Yes,
Matuba. Yes, continue, ma'am. Honorable Matuba.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, my questions will be on Bloem Water. With all what has been raised with regards to the unqualified reports for many financial years, but you still have audit matters that needs to be resolved. I just wanted to check what is the plan of Bloem Water and whether the process of consequence management will be implemented. And from their presentation, they spoke about being owed by municipalities. One can see that Mangaung is owing them more than 600 million. Do they have a debt collection recovery plan with regards to that? My other question will be on the overall performance, of which one is worried about where they say pension fund management statutory reporting compliance achieved partly. What could be the reason for not achieving the compliance in terms of statutory reporting? And on the issue of vandalism, what is the plan that is in place for them that will really assist them to go forward and ensure that in future these processes or this is not happening? That is with regards to Bloem Water. With regards to Rand Water, Chair, through the presentation, I'm also covered in other questions. Through the presentation, they spoke about Rand Water CSI arm. From that arm, I just wanted to check with Rand Water, how many enterprises and jobs are being created in this instance? And also, when you look at the Rand Water itself, it is supplying Tshwane, Emfuleni, and Eguruleni and Johannesburg. When you look at the previous reports, Johannesburg was the only municipality which was paying timelessly. And they now have an agreement with Emfuleni municipality. Now, what one would want to know, what is happening with the Tshwane debt of 628 million and Eguruleni debt? It might have increased, or it might be somewhere, according to their report during the October month. What has happened to that aspect? And also, which is my worry, Chair, whether they are saying that there is consequences management in terms of the litigation that they find themselves in, and they are going to proceed with the processes of opening criminal cases against the culprits. Others are within their employ, others are outside. Now, when is that process going to happen? Are these people still within the employ of the institution of the board, or are we still planning to do something? If maybe one can be clarified and in that regard. And the issue of the irregular expenditure, of course, for this financial year, I've heard that there will be no irregular expenditure, no new irregular expenditure, except the multi-year expenditure on multi-year projects that was from the previous years. And coming to uMhlathuze, Chair, I'm not quite sure whether I've heard them correctly saying that there are people who are being suspended, including the former CE. And I just wanted to check whether in that suspension, are we still paying the former CE money? And if we are paying, how much is he being paid or she being paid? And this process has happened for how many years? And also on uMhlathuze, Chair, one has looked into their employment status in terms of the employment plan. Now, one would ask, whether do you have youth, women, and people with a disability? Whether are we complying in that aspect? And what is it that we are going to do to resolve this particular matter? And previously, there were illegal connections that were happening in the area of uMhlathuze. How is the department dealing with, how is uMhlathuze dealing with these illegal connections? Are we much better now? Have we moved from that point? Is it getting better, or do we still have something to do? And with fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was discovered by the AG of the 20 million, and then the balance goes to 49 million. Why is it not reported or being taken care of? That will be my question with regards to uMhlathuze. With Umngeni, Chair, the board, the water board, when you look at the report of January 2023, there's a blame that the board dented profits for 2021-2022 financial year period ended in June last year to some KZN municipalities not paying on time for bulk water delivery. And one would want to check whether they were able to pay their debt of 174 million, which rised to 454 million. If the answer is no, then what is the plan for them to recoup that particular money? And also, what are the plans put in place by the board, especially on areas facing water crisis as load shedding downs in infrastructure, and looking at the fact that you are supplying Ilembe, Ugu, Herigwala, Kinklashayo, and eThekwini, because recently one would pick up on the news that there are challenges in terms of water supply in that particular area. I think that will be my submission, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mamtala?
Yes, Chairperson. My questions are more on Umngeni Water Board. So, Chair, the first question is the financial resources of municipalities impact on the ability of water boards to collect revenue. How are the newly merged water boards addressing this? Chairperson, if Umngeni Water Board is taking over some of eThekwini schemes, how will the water board address the issue of eThekwini needing about 20 billion of fixing aging infrastructure? That's all, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is Seki. Seki.
Chairperson, thank you. Just a side issue, Chair. On the on these big dams that the boards are managing, what are other businesses that could benefit the boards? The question is related to when we were in Lesotho, Chair. Lesotho has got other business within that environment of the dam, like fishing and also building lodges next to the dam. Are we also in that business? Does the board have any control or management of those, or they are just private outside the department? And then on the other issue, Chair, just as a general question, I heard in some boards as mentioned the difficulties of municipality to pay, but seeing the returns, annual returns, they show positive. If any of the boards or maybe the department will answer, I don't know. These tariffs, are they within sync of what the boards would anticipate or would request that the tariff should be placed at that level? whatever new annual increases. Chair, thank you.
Honorable Tseke.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tseke, you are right. Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister, the DM, and all the guests present here, Chair. I think firstly, we must appreciate and acknowledge the work that has been done by water boards. Chair, I think they're playing a very critical role in our country's water sector. So the work that they're presenting today needs to be commendable, Chair, across the board. And secondly, Chair, the water boards created a total of 7,501 jobs during the year under review, with Rand Water creating the highest number of jobs. We want to commend this achievement by all water boards, as these contribute to the reduction of unemployment in the country, which is currently at the highest level, Chair. My other question to Rand Water, I'm just checking whether are we still on course with regard to the VAL intervention project program. We know we are giving a lot of money, we are dispersing a lot of money for this program, and just want to check whether we're still on course. To Umngeni, why is the irregular expenditure so high compared to other water boards, hovering around R500 million, which is 534 million in the year under review? The other question, Chair, Umngeni reported that the chemical costs has increased by 42% during the year under review. My question to all the water boards generally is that has the Water Research Commission undertaken new research on other technologies available to purify water instead of total reliance on chemicals? Do any water board utilize the capabilities of the Water Research Commission in optimizing their operation activities? And the other question, Chair, I think is to all the water boards. Another major challenge is the sewer spillages in many parts of the country. What measures are water boards taking to improve water quality within their area of jurisdiction? The other question to the ministry, I think one of the going concerns, Honorable Minister, is the impact of Citibank liabilities on Bloem Water financial viability. And also with uMhlathuze and Umngeni is the question which was raised by Honorable Mhlala. How will the department address this matter? The other question, what is causing the avoidable, I think it goes to all the water boards, what is causing the avoidable water loss in our country, and how much is the cost of water lost, and what is being done by each water board to address the root causes? Rand Water has partly covered this question that I'm raising. On the last matter, Chair, it's on the impact of load shedding on our infrastructure and on the supply of water on a daily basis. Yes, Rand Water and Bloem, I think they've partly covered this. Actually, Rand Water has covered this, but Bloem Water Board has partly covered this. I just want to hear the response of other water boards on how load shedding is impacting on the infrastructure and the supply of water to our community. I think I'm fine, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, members. Just one or two things. On my side, I think, Minister, the one must appreciate the confidence and the eager of presenting by the boards. It does indicate that they do know what they are doing. Yes, they might be doing wrong, not necessarily because they want to do wrong. The eager of their presentations do indicate that indeed they are trying to want to do what they know. Also, just to emphasize this point of the jobs created by the boards, and I think we have been complaining that we need to report on those, because it is important to know what role are we playing in tilting the balance of the unemployment in the country. And I think we can be in a position to speak a bit that our boards are playing that role. I'm not sure whether I want to say it is satisfactory or not, but there is a role they are playing, and that which is very showing that there is a commitment to that effect. A question I want to ask on the configuration of the boards. Umngeni is supposed to be taking over KZN as a whole, but uMhlathuze is still existing, and they've got a long-term plan. What are the implications of those long-term plans that they have, if indeed they are going to be swallowed or to be incorporated into the whole working of Umngeni, if they are going to be? If not, are they going to be sharing KZN as a province in terms of where? If they are, what will inform those particular trends? Minister Thiem, you remember when what Rand Water was starting to present, I did say that they are self-praising, and there's nothing wrong in doing that, and I'm sure they are doing it very honestly, but there is a style of reporting that can deceive you if you don't follow their style of reporting. For instance, where they have achieved, if they say 8.4% achieved, and they have achieved 9, they write 8.4 targets, we have achieved 9. But where they have, in the very same 8.4, which was a target, and they did not achieve anything, they achieved only 0.1, they write there, not achieved. They do not. They no longer report as achieved. They report in a manner that it does not indicate the badness of not achieving. In a way, showing that they have only achieved 0.1, but they write in a mild way that it must not be a pain. And I want us to change that attitude, because we should be in a position to say, here you have done well, here you did not do well, because it is clearly so written. But I'm convinced that Rand Water, they are doing it deliberately, because they don't want to write the bad part of what they do. They want us to only get the good. It is in the good of wanting to win everything. You can't win everything, Rand Water. Some will lose. Now, generally, Minister, this configuration, will it go beyond our term of office in terms of meeting the targets? Because if it does, it's a pity we can't benefit, we can't reap the benefits in our lifetime. I will want a situation where if you can speed up this configuration, that at the end of our term of office in our legacy report, we can give it as achieved. Things that we could achieve, and if it is not, it's fine. But I'm saying it's just a wish. Otherwise, the report do tell us, Minister, that there is work being done, and there's somewhere we are going. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Let's hear then responses, Minister Mkhunu and the team. Thank you very much.
The boards. Hello.
We can hear you, Minister.
Yes, I think the board can respond first, and then the boards, all of them, can respond to the issues that have been raised, and then we can then come and finalize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson. It's Bloem Water here. I will take some questions and the CFO will
Bloem Water,
the same.
Bloem Water. Let's start chronological as we did. Umngeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our Chairperson is in the meeting. She is listening. I will start with the question from Honorable Mohutu about the SIU investigations that have been taking place and that are still continuing at Umngeni Water. We are cooperating with the SIU very well. We have good cordial relationship with them in terms of requests for information. We do submit them on time. There have never been any point where we were not giving information and they were satisfied, but they are not yet done. And I think the report goes back to the president in terms of the proclamation and the minister. Regarding current investigations, we have completed out of a set of about 34 investigations that we have. They vary according to severity. 30% of those have been done and they are ready for presenting to the audit committee to condone. And HR is busy with 50%, which it has targeted to complete by June 30, notwithstanding delays that are sometimes caused by employees falling sick or playing some tricks not to present themselves for consequence management. And then the other 20% is at the scope of, is at the area of scoping and allocating evidence leaders. We also want that to be completed by the end of the financial year so that we condone everything in respect of the irregular expenditure. The other question from Honorable Mohlala about taking eThekwini infrastructure to manage it, while eThekwini needs 20 billion to reinvigorate their infrastructure. We have done a due diligence study that took place over 6 months, indicating that whoever will be partnering with in that wastewater business, we are going to be able to recover our money. And one must add that eThekwini does not spend a day. They are currently paying us on time and everything. They don't have much of a problem when it comes to payment. Whatever sometimes gets left in the bank or in the books, it's where you have the road water tariffs, maybe changes that are happening month, which CFOs deal with on a monthly basis, but they are a customer that is reliable. For Honorable Tseki, what are the recreational activities that we do in our dams? As Umngeni, we have a fully fledged subsidiary, Umsinsi Holdings, SOC, deals with Inanda Dam. They are able to have parties by musicians. They have got chalets. There is a fully fledged resort at Albert Falls and in other dams that DWS has given us to manage. And we are increasing this in our strategy to make sure that not only that, we also protect communities, because we have the ecological infrastructure that is both recreational and also educating communities on how to better use soil and other uses of water or other usages of water. But Umsinsi does take care of that, and we want to intensify its input into our portfolio. From Honorable Tseki as well, the irregular expenditure hovering around
500 million. The CFO is here, but these are cases where there is recurring irregular expenditure. But we were excited when the AG told us in the last meeting that the balance brought forward will not longer happen now. It will be what we have incurred in that particular financial year, so that contracts that you are in dispute with in the litigation process continue billing or putting up the irregular expenditure as if it has happened this year, but we will now have a situation of demarcating that to make sure that it doesn't show in the subsequent years. In terms of other services, we do have water conservation and demand management strategies, and we work with all our municipalities to reduce the non-revenue water. And we are looking at also alternative technologies that maybe in our dams, when you are avoiding evaporation, you may at the same time get alternative energy generated in that regard. We will be working closely with uMhlathuze and the department to look at also taking the desalination into scale, and that research project to yield results in the next few months, so that we are able to have the mix in our other services of renewable energy and reuse of water. And we just completed, we are 0.5% left. We are just putting few things at our wastewater plant, which will be showcasing a number of reuse of about 2 megaliters of water per day in Pietermaritzburg in terms of the water reuse and other services. How is load shedding affecting the infrastructure of Umngeni Water? We have got the bigger plants that we have, like the ones supplying Durban, Wiggins, and Durban Heights. We are pretty happy that Eskom has exempted those. But in the schemes that are lying outside the urban areas, we do have problems when power generators are not sometimes coping, but in most cases, for the small schemes, we do have generators. We have invested a lot on that so that we supply continuously. As to the long-term plans between Umngeni Water and uMhlathuze, we are meeting on a weekly basis to share and also to complete the due diligence on infrastructure, so that whatever plans that uMhlathuze had with its customers in Richards Bay and the area are not scuppered by the measure, but there is a smooth and seamless transition. And myself and Dr. Lushaba, we are on the ground to make sure that the customers are briefed on a regular basis, because they want a smooth transition when the measure happens. Thank you, Chairperson, for now. I hope I have covered all the questions that pertained to Umngeni Water. Thank you.
Chair, it's uMhlathuze. Lushaba, may I continue? Thank you. In terms of the question on maintenance underspending from Honorable Mokutu, on page 64 of the annual report, we do address that, which is not our intention to deal with the consequences of underspending on maintenance reactively. So we are doing a lot to be proactive in this area. We have implemented a system called Maximo, which is an information technology system that actually helps us to monitor the condition of our equipment and to predict and maintain it on a proactive basis. So in as far as the technology is concerned, it's computer technology, it actually is part of our strategy to provide reliable maintenance of our equipment. So we are not going to continue to underspend. We do predict that in the current year, we will spend at the level of 3.5%. That is our target. 3.5% of total expenditure being maintenance. So we are doing quite a lot in that area to be proactive, and we've employed the use of technology to help us to actually improve on our maintenance. On the question that was asked by Honorable Mathuba, in as far as the executives and other managers that were suspended, the question is addressed on page 134 of our report in terms of the actual amounts that the executives are paid. Yes, they were suspended with pay because when it was initiated, it was precautionary suspensions as investigations were ongoing. We then had hearings that were held, and the former CEO then resigned, and the former CFO during those hearings. So the payments stopped when they actually tendered their resignations. There are other managers that also resigned, which was the legal services manager that also resigned. The 4 that are remaining are still being paid. Their hearings are expected to complete this month, one of which has already had a finding of guilty, but the other 3, we still continue with the hearings, and the findings are imminent in as far as the conclusion of those particular processes are concerned. Then on the question of youth employment, we do address it on page 60 of the annual report. We employ 11% of our total staff complement, which is 58 of our employees are aged under 35 years old, which in terms of our classification, they are classified as youth in as far as they are concerned. And we also have people with disability in our employ, and that is 0.8%. So 2 of our employees in the year under review were people with disability. You will see going forward that has already doubled in terms of where we are going with the employment of people with disability, but that will be in this current year's annual report, which is not what we are reporting on at the moment. Chair, there was also a question from Honorable Teke in as far as the avoidable water losses. They are actually largely a result of leaks in the systems, and bulk of these leaks are actually in the reticulation system in our residential communities. Some of them are caused by illegal connections into the system, and community programs that we implement address some of those causes. And we also work with the water service authorities to address the problem of leaking water out of the system. In as far as load shedding is concerned, we do get affected by load shedding. We are lucky that in our main water treatment plant, which is in Sesi, where bulk of the water that we supply as clarified water as well as potable water is concerned, we are connected to our largest customer, which is Monty Richards Bay, which has a power generation capacity. So whenever we have load shedding and we are down, we then switch over to use power from Monty. So in that way, we are able to continue the supply. However, that doesn't mean that we are not affected anywhere else. We do have generators in other pump stations, but we find that the customers, especially industrial customers, do go down when we have load shedding, and that does affect our production or our provision of water and effluent out of those customers. We also get affected at the weir, and we also get hugely impacted in a plant at Otobotini in Jozini, which also, when we have load shedding, and they tend to have far more load shedding of up to 6 hours in that area, and then the plant goes down for a long period of time. And sometimes we also get flooding because the water that actually is gravitated from the dam to the plant has to find a way out of the system, and particularly when load shedding was not planned, we then find that the valves would still be open, and then the water spills out of the system into the catchment area in that particular area. Chairperson, we also do participate in youth development and helping the youth to become employable. We've got the following numbers in our programs, in our graduate development program. In the year under review, we had 5 graduates, 16 internships, 5 learnerships, 2 artisans, and 3 bursaries that we had contributed as uMhlathuze, which helps the youth, which is mainly from our area of service, to actually get to develop and become employable. And lastly, from my side, Chair, I address the question of our long-term plans. As uMhlathuze, we are not taking the foot off the pedal on the account of the reconfiguration of the water boards. We realize that we're here to serve the need of our communities and our customers in this area, and the need will continue. So we plan in a manner that will continue to satisfy that need to the best of our abilities, and we will then hand all of that over into the good hands of Umngeni as the area of Umngeni gets to be extended to include the boundaries of uMhlathuze Water. So we actually are not working as if there will be no more uMhlathuze, because even though uMhlathuze as an organization will be disestablished, the bottom line is that the needs that we exist to serve will continue, and therefore we work to satisfy that need and plan to satisfy that need, so that Umngeni, as my colleague has also alluded to, will actually take over plans that in our view will be credible and able to serve this area to the best of our abilities, and continue with that. I'll then ask our interim CFO to address the question from Honorable Matuba with relation to fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 20 million rands. That will be the conclusion of our responses. Thank you, Chair. CFO.
Thank you, CE. Through you, Chair. Quickly, in terms of the recovery of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have disclosed it in page 149 and note 31 of the annual financial statements in the report, Chair. uMhlathuze has filed cases against the various companies and certain officials in pursuit of the recovery of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been investigated, and summons have been issued by the sheriffs of the High Court, which is why we have now disclosed the 67.7 million as a contingent asset, awaiting the conclusion of this court processes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The CE of Randwater and then the CFO will respond to the question that are directed to us as a board. CE, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just starting with the last question from Honorable Chairperson Mashiko, in terms of under-reporting on the areas of non-performance. I must say I did in my presentation indicate those. Just very briefly, I spoke at length around our challenges with capital expenditure. I also had a separate slide in terms of why. So it's an area of non-performance. We have not achieved that. I also talked at length, and the CFO also repeated the challenges that we have, and then even highlighted those in red around our GP margin with respect to the cost of sales and chemicals costs that are skyrocketed in that area. So we do have challenges on that. I did mention in my presentation around return on assets, the KPI that we had missed. I also talked at length, and this is a matter that the committee has actually picked up, that cut across all the water boards, our challenges with the debtors days, that we had set ourselves a target of 70 days. We achieved 77 days. And all this I mentioned in the same slides where I mentioned the achievements. So we will not deliberately, Honorable Mashiko, deceive you in terms of non-achievement in relation to our achievements. I also indicated the issues around electricity and spoke a little bit at length about that, which is a big challenge for us. I did indicate that not only in terms of load shedding, but interruptions, power interruptions, and the quality of electricity that we get. And indeed, our inability at times to pump water because of load shedding. It is a big issue for us, and some of the measures we're putting in place to overcome that, insofar as our investments in green energy, hydropower. The CFO also mentioned solar PVs that we are putting in place. We have generators everywhere, quite costly in terms of our diesel costs. So we are doing our best from that end to also get off the grid. So these are the interventions that we ourselves are putting in place to get ourselves out of this situation. So we could complain about electricity, but I think for us, we need to assist by playing our part in terms of finding solutions out of that tricky situation. I also mentioned that the issues of malicious damage to our infrastructure. You're right. It is a matter of concern, and we have seen, or we are starting to see that this malicious damage to our property going the wrong way. We always had an odd situation here and there, but the numbers are increasing and effectively creating a problem for us in certain areas where we have to lead the line off and repair those, isolate the lines, and repair those vandalized chambers of ours. What are we doing about it? Time is a big problem that characterizes all of us. We're trying to look at using technology because 3,500 kilometers of pipe, our lines around in the middle of nowhere. We have increased physical security. We have invested in drones. We are monitoring them from far afield. We have removed everything that is closely related to scrap metal, so that across the entire value chain, we don't have that. I did indicate that one of the challenges that we have is encroachment. People, building homes and and checks on top of our infrastructure, and vandalizing them. We're working very closely with municipalities to relocate them. So it is a matter of serious concern for us. So to an extent possible, we are trying to safeguard our infrastructure, but we cannot have police everywhere. We patrol our lines periodically, and we report these matters to the South African Police Service to bring them on board. Every incident is reported to the South African Police Service. We sit in the cluster meetings here in Gauteng and other provinces, where we work with them, interventions insofar as what we can do possibly, to an extent possible, where we can deal with the issues of malicious damage to the infrastructure. But it is a matter of concern that essentially is starting to affect our ability to supply water. And this does not characterize rainwater only, but all other water boards and all other utilities in and around Gauteng. The issue of debt, it is, Honorable Peterson, it is a matter that I also spent a bit of time really highlighting insofar as our operations are concerned. We have tried quite a number of things. Some have been successful, some have not been successful. Obviously, at the top of the list is customer engagement. We will not lose hope, but we will use all the mechanisms before us to continuously engage our customers. We have seen what has worked for us in Umngeni is to enforce through a legal process, a writ of execution, where we went in and took their account and only release it back to them when they meet and if you like, pay what is due as part of the settlement agreements on agreements of payment debt agreements that we have with them, and we release that back. That has helped, and the CFO indicated that has assisted us a great deal in terms of expected credit loss, which would have negatively affected our net profit in the year under review. So that has helped. What we have done also, understanding the impact on COVID on them, on the municipalities and high employment, we have increased our or extended our payment periods over a period of time. We would say, instead of paying everything in 30 days, spread it out in 45 days, and so on and so forth. So we are relatively lenient in that regard. So we gave our consumers extended payment period. We also benchmarked across the other parts of, if you like, with other utilities like Eskom, benchmarking in terms of how were they able to recover the debt, and crafted what we call debt recovery strategy and work with them closely, so that when they go into a municipality to say, we want to recover our debt, Renata is there with them. We have issued extensive media statements, encouraging people to pay for the water. We have, as I indicated, also played our part in assisting the municipalities in terms of non-revenue water through what I've explained extensively, our Rainwater Foundation. So we were not just sitting and demanding that they pay us. We try as much as possible to work with them through intergovernmental relations mechanisms that we have. We have involved National Treasury, we involve provinces, we have involved COCTA, we speak to the MEC of COCTA, we have SALGA, we engage with our DGs and to deal with these issues. There are others that we tried that were not successful. Credit insurance, we requested the shareholders and the money to come directly to us to equitable share. That has not been successful. We tried to swap assets. So for the debt that you owe us, give us your assets. That has not been successful. We used debt collection agency. They didn't want to take the debtors book, and so on and so forth. So we tried as much as possible from our side to deal with these issues. And in my view is that perhaps we need to change the model going forward insofar as water service delivery is concerned, and move into a model that will enable all of us to be able to collect money directly from consumers if our municipalities are grappling. And we all know that municipalities use water to cross-subsidize a lot of other activities in the municipalities. And if we can adopt a different model, we can ring-fence that together with the revenue that they collect and equitable share that they have. They should be able to buy and pay their bulk purchases and cover their costs. So, so our view is exactly that water boards for a number of years, all we've been doing to no avail to the best of our abilities to request that we be paid. We're not being paid. We're not getting money directly from National Treasury. And perhaps we need to look at a different way of providing water and sanitation services in the country going forward. Otherwise, you will have one board after another being defunct as a result of non-payment. Honorable Secretary, thank you so much for asking about Section 63 in Sidibeng. We are making progress. As at last week, we are also on site, and I think we'll be taking the minister soon, where we are showing some of the work and the successes that we have made in that area. It is a construction site. We are upgrading, refurbishing wastewater treatment works. We had 40 plus pump stations that were not working. We are refurbishing them per series so that we can unblock the issues of inability to pump sewage wastewater treatment works. We are looking at also redoing the whole pipe network in its space. We're talking decades and decades of non-performance and neglect of the infrastructure. It will take a bit of time, but we are turning the corner in that regard. Just around the technology to purify water, yes, I think we are working with Water Research Commission to look at membrane technology to see if we use those, we can reduce dependency on chemicals. So yes, we are looking very closely around other technologies that are available that will assist us to use less of chemicals to purify water. Honorable Matuba, you're quite right. Joburg Water, we are very grateful they pay on time, but we have seen in recent times that Tshwane and Ekurhuleni are starting to grapple. They do pay, albeit late. It's a matter of serious concern with us. So we are working very closely with them to see what is it that we can do to ensure that they will get paid on time. Together with the chair of the board, we have undertaken a lot of roadshows where we engage at political level so that we are also prioritized, as I indicate. We also work with ESCOM so that we rationalize the issues of payment and not left off, and ESCOM takes everything in that regard. So the situation, it's precarious. We do get paid, but albeit late, and it changes from one month to another. But we are seeing that that pattern in the big three. That is a matter of concern for us as a board. Yes, I think. Oh, just in terms of the foundation, Honorable Matuba, it is not a KPI. I don't have the number of enterprises per se, but I can report that the jobs is 3,201 that we have created through Renata Foundation, which our CSI organization. I'll make that number available. Also couldn't find it quickly in the annual report, but I can, outside this meeting, share with you the issues around enterprises, the number of enterprises that we have created or trained. Apologies, I don't have that offhand, but I'll provide that later. I think more or less, yes, I think I also shared. Thank you, Honorable Tseke, for noting some of the activities that we are putting in place to deal with avoidable water. It's a very small number, but 4% of 5,000 megaliters of water is a lot of water. So we are trying to detect and respond very quickly through moving to the satellite. We're doing that through satellite technology real time. We're picking up where we're losing water and responding quickly. Gone are the days where we used to work at pipe. Where the water losses are. Yes, some of the avoidable water losses, we are reusing a lot of water from our side, but when you have outages, we have to scour the pipes, and as a result of that scouring, you do lose water. It's a matter that we're looking at and very closely. I also already talked about load shedding, the impact that it has on us. I think unless you all did not answer all of them, but in terms of the notes that I've taken, covers all the questions posed before and water. CFO, if anything, and then back to Chair. Thank you.
Yes, CE, I think you've covered almost all, except for the one relating to the current litigation that's in place on the settlement that we have just finalized. And we are reporting that the employees that were actually then now participated in this particular issue are not in the employ of Rainwater. The disciplinary processes were finalized, I think, around 2016-2017 period. We have already commenced with the criminal case processes. The case was opened in 2020, and it's currently with Hawks. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you very much. Bloem Water.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, I will take 3 questions and the rest the CFO will deal with them. With regard to the very first one of vacant post, in 2021, the board put a moratorium on filling of vacancies due to funding. There was no availability of funds to fill those posts. And in 2022, when the disestablishment of CDB started, there was also a moratorium. However, we feel that those 2 moratorium were correctly put, as now we have new members coming from the former CDB, and they are subsequently filling some of those posts. Also, with regard to vandalism, subsequent to the attacks, what we did was to partner with the mines. The mines are now assisting us in some of the areas that are next to their mines. And it's working very well, because ever since those 2 incidents, we haven't reported any. We are also going to be implementing cameras, and we are also utilizing private security where it's needed. It's not enough, but for now, this is what we can do. The last one that I will talk about is whether CDB is a liability to Bloem Water. Definitely not. It is not a liability, because what we believe in is that once this integration process has been properly funded, we believe that there will be, at a later stage, there will be positive results in a long run, because then they would have extended the area, of service. What is just needed now is a proper structuring and funding of the integration process. Thank you very much. CFO will take the rest of the questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, CE. The matter raised with regard to unqualified audit report with matters. There are 3 areas: debtors, irregular expenditure, and restatement. If we look at the debtors position, yes, the intention is there to work on it, but I guess that in the next number of years, we will not be able to remove that matter from reports in line with the debtors position of municipalities, the impairment, etc. So that's a difficult one. The irregular expenditure, what have we done as an entity? We take it seriously. We have appointed staff from previous years. We were short of staff in the department. We improved our systems as far as possible, and we've also provided training to people that are involved with the supply chain, even the departments responsible for procurement. We also do follow the consequence management where it's required to ensure that governance is prevailing. The restatement of financial statements in this one was the major component was at the steel pipeline that I indicated that were in our assets, whereas we had to remove it. So that was acceptable for 3 years and now not anymore. So that one we didn't see coming. We complied with GRAP and the AG was happy in the past. So those are very difficult to manage. However, what we have implemented as Bloem Water, we've by the internal audit appointed external service providers to do review of the annual financial statements beforehand, and then with final submission they review it again. So we are trying to get a proper and perfect set of financials. So that is what we've done. To come back to the actual figure of irregular expenditure, there has been no fraud. Let me put it straight. The appointment of the process was proper. What has happened is that the department supported with the same steel pipeline funding. Initially, it was intended for 2 years. It unfortunately, from a budget perspective, resulted in a 2-year program moving to a 4-year program. So what happens? In terms of general conditions of contract stipulations, you have to do contract price adjustments, and there was standing time, and we ended up with 2 variations orders, 40 million and a 39 million, that was not aligned with the budgets because of the 2 to 4 years. National Treasury, our submissions for determination tests and regulated submission did not approve that, but they said that we need to pay the contractor because work is done. The process is now on the go to get it submitted to the board for removal from the notes. So that is one that we also did not anticipate, and it is a once-off in that instance. The other 2 million was reduced from the previous year from 2.5 to 2.0 million, and it was supported, as I indicated, with staff systems and training. If I look at the BE comment that was made in terms of item 7 in our reporting, Bloem Water has achieved both the BE targets, that's the value spent, as well as new entrants. The question about the metro recovery plans, they keep us busy. We have followed mediation process by National Treasury 2019-2020, where we followed the due process and resulted in write-offs of 350 million rand in terms of the affordability of the metro. So that was the first one. Then we issued in 2020 notices with regard to reduction of operations due to non-payment. I indicated July and November 2020, which resulted in the arbitration process followed and resolved. Subsequent to that, several payment plans due to non-payment by the municipality was offered by the municipality, where we've accepted some of them and declined some of them. And we have also followed several IGR processes with province, with national, with stakeholders that's involved over this period of time. We also issued Section 4.5 notices for restrictions. So yes, a lot has been happening with the metro. So part of trying to remove matters for the qualified, unqualified report of matters is these processes. The question around the pension fund compliance partially achieved. The trustees of the fund approved and signed the financial statements in that particular year before the due date. The fund administrator unfortunately did not submit by that month end on the last day, but only in the following day. So meaning that it was just a few hours late. We expressed our dissatisfaction. We have now other directors involved with Bloem Water, the fund. Chair, I think I've covered the questions that were raised. Thank you.
Minister Mkunu.
Just briefly, on the two questions that were directed to me. The reconfiguration is being carefully done with all the checks and the balances while we move on with it. In each case, a facilitator would have been appointed. In fact, they've been appointed. They've long been at work, leading the process as far as, or processes as far as human resource are concerned, and also all financial matters, including liabilities and assets. So they are being looked after. In the case of the disestablished board, or in fact entity called Citibank, which was quite a big risk on our side when we took that decision, but calculated one and balanced up in terms of with or against not doing so. And we found we had to do it. Now, we have had to intervene both on the side of Magalies and on the side of Bloem, just to assist them to absorb the financial pressures when they took over from the defunct board or entity. So far, we're carrying on. There are challenges here and there, but we are moving on with the work of. So in that case, it's not a merger. It's a question of a board that got disestablished, and then two boards took over where they left off, both in the Free State and in Northwest, cutting Northwest off and making Magalies focus on that one because it has huge challenges on water, and then Bloem covering both the Northern Cape and Free State. It might look like a big task, but it's a task that I think they and ourselves working together we should be able to overcome in due course. As far as KZN boards are concerned, on whether plans that have been outlined by uMhlathuze will be taken over by Umngeni. First, I need to emphasize that even though legally the terms that are being used is uMhlathuze being taken over, but in reality, it's in practice, it will be a merger with new mandates. Firstly, giving rise to a board with a new name. It's not going to be just Umngeni. We have touted possibility of it being called Umngeni Water Board, so that you accommodate people in terms of ownership of the board and association with the board services. People of the North, both inland and coastal. But the second thing that will come as a change is a new mandate that we've been persuading the whole sector, especially the municipalities, that look, they are not as demonstrated in all these reports. They are declining on a number of aspects, the basic of which is in terms of rendering services as they are supposed to do, and then a provision of water together with that, and then their ability to finance these basic services as they should be, including water. Now, we saw that long coming, and it's going to take some time for government to turn it around, national government, provincial government to turn the situation around. It's going to take quite some time. And therefore, to cover that, we said we'll give boards new mandates, or give them a new mandate that they be in a very close proximity of municipalities, so that as and when we see that things are not working out on water and sanitation, we give directives to them in some cases, but in some cases we find other ways of intervening, but we are intervening on a large scale throughout the Republic on these matters. And SALCA is on board, they understand, and we understand what we are doing. You will see Bloem is in Machabeng, it is in Malutapofung, and they are doing well there, even though we're a bit slow, but we're finding ways of quickening the process. So what will happen, the third thing will be, in terms of the merger, they will, all the plans, whether they are of Umngeni Water or those that are done by or have been outlined by uMhlathuze, when the board gets meshed and we have one board, all these plans will be carefully studied and put together, reviewed when necessary, even augmented in some cases, because there's basically nothing wrong with them. But there will be changes here and there where necessary once you have a new board in terms of planning. So I want to put the board, I want to put the portfolio committee at ease that all these matters, assets, plans for the future will be looked at. In fact, plans for the future are the ones that we're interested in because the future is uncertain as far as security of water is concerned. They require that we work far ahead and seriously and with great sense of skill, and ensuring that people are secured, not only just in terms of water security, but they are provided with water, which is not happening at the moment, by and large, in various municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Numbers, and I think we've come to the end of the meeting. I think we will remember that we were supposed to have that last week Friday, we could not meet. The reason we did not meet it is solely because the intention of Friday's meeting proposed tariffs before they are handed over to the Parliament. They realize that in actual fact they are already being handed over to Parliament processes. Therefore, there was not gonna need for us to even sit and ask questions on matters that have been has already been done. So the program of the committee still stands in the manner that it was, save for the fact that we have shifted the Friday meeting to today. Slots are still in the manner that it was. Having said very much, the meeting has come to an end. Therefore, the meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.